This is what an impeachment is about. The president violated his oath of office, undermined our national security, jeopardized the integrity of our elections, tried to use the appropriations process as his private ATM machine in order to advance his personal and political advantage. That is what the senators should be looking into. And they shouldn't be frivolous with the Constitution of the United States, even though the President of the United States has.
Welcome back to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Speaker Pelosi kicked off a day of process and ceremony with some real news this morning. 7 names who will become part of the national dialogue as they're now managing the impeachment of President Trump. Pelosi told reporters this morning that she picked people with a very specific skill set, comfort in the courtroom. I'm joined now by Amber Phillips and J.M. Rieger, both with The Fix. Thank you so much to both of you. We will bring you live and uninterrupted this process that is going to go forth on the House floor in just a little while. This is very procedural, Amber, but it is also really filled with drama because we're finally turning our attention back to the question of President Trump's fate, both in terms of holding office, but also in the history books.
Yeah, in this moment, if you look back to December when they impeached Trump, Libby, wasn't going to be a big deal. It was like a footnote. They were going to impeach Trump, and what was going to happen today is being very ceremonial. Approve in a House vote, sending over the articles of impeachment and naming the House managers to go argue the House's case for the Senate. But Pelosi knows how to create drama for her moments in the House, and she held off on sending these articles of impeachment over to the Senate to kick off a trial, to try to use it as leverage to convince Republican senators to hold witnesses. After 3 weeks, it became clear Republican senators weren't going to do that. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said a lot of times on the Senate floor since then, "You're in the House, Pelosi, trying to dictate our process. We're not going to allow that." So what we have is today, like you said, Libby, a big, very ceremonial process. But the meat of it means we are kicking off a Senate trial where opening arguments could start Tuesday, and that will decide the fate of the president based on these House impeachment articles.
J.M., Speaker Pelosi made a case this morning for why she held off on getting to this stage of the process. And she said that things have been accomplished, that time has been on Democrats' side, new information has come to light. What is the sense, though, among her caucus and among the Democratic ranks, and we'll get to Republicans in a minute, but among Democrats, is there a sense that this has been a successful delay?
I think among Democrats, they've tried to stay kind of lock and step with Pelosi, not stepping on her toes too much, especially among House Democrats. We heard some dissension among Senate Democrats, especially last week as folks returned from the new year. Some Senate Democrats saying, well, I think it's time, the hold is done. It's time for Pelosi to transmit those articles over to the Senate. But I do think, to Amber's point, it's a very open question about if this strategy of holding the articles was successful, and if so, how successful it was. Democrats point to this new information that's come out, but a lot of that information came out from reporting, not from Democrats themselves, putting aside the new information that was released yesterday from Lev Parnas, one of Rudy Giuliani's associates.
And I want to get to that in a moment because it really is very newsworthy. But you brought up a fascinating point. There were some Democrats who sort of got out in front and were like, I think we should move forward, and they quickly snapped back into line. I mean, we saw some almost like apologies or like walkbacks or explanations after the fact that really showed what a strong grip Speaker Pelosi does have on her caucus.
And not just her House Democratic caucus, because you're right, there was a chairman of the Armed Services Committee, a powerful member, who said, let's send them over, and then immediately said, I misspoke, or you guys didn't hear me right, or something that was wasn't believable. But she also has a hold on the Senate and Senate Democrats, in particular Senator Dianne Feinstein from California, someone who lives in San Francisco with Nancy Pelosi, said, just bring him over. And I'm paraphrasing here because I don't have the exact quote in front of me. And then she talked to the San Francisco Chronicle and issued an apology and said, I shouldn't have said that. And it speaks to Democrats try and present a unified front in the face of Republicans who are extraordinarily unified, right? Like none of them voted for the articles of impeachment. And largely in the Senate, I see Republicans holding McConnell's line, even some who might be potentially vulnerable up for re-election in November.
Let's go now to Rhonda Colvin, our colleague who's on Capitol Hill. And Rhonda, you were in the room this morning when Speaker Pelosi announced the impeachment managers, and she came onto the sort of the stage area. She filed in, surrounded by those impeachment managers. So right away, we were picking out the who's who and figuring out who would be her team presenting these articles over to the Senate. What were your takeaways this morning since you were there?
That's right, Libby. In fact, when she came in and they all filed in with her, it was interesting. It was an interesting dynamic where most of us in the room, we weren't really paying attention to what she was saying. She was talking, going over some of the timeline of the impeachment, but most of us were getting out our phones and counting who those members were and quickly going back to notes to figure out why they would be applicable as managers. So it was a very interesting dynamic. Usually here on the Hill, you have enough speculation where we know what might happen before it happens. But with this announcement this morning on these managers, we really didn't know who she would have. We didn't know how many. There were 13 during the Clinton impeachment, and here we have 7. In terms of what I think about the picks that she did, when I sat there and I was watching it, I was thinking this was a strategic move. One, and I mentioned it earlier in the show, for those of you who are watching, I did say that one of her strategies when she picked House leadership and some of those plum chairman positions, she said that she was considering the diversity of this Congress, that there are more women, there are more people of color, and I think that was reflected in the choices of these managers because they will be front and center as we watch these proceedings in the Senate. There were a few people that I watched and I'm like, well, this is not a surprise. Adam Schiff and Chairman Nadler, both of those were a part of the chairman group who investigated the impeachment. That made sense to have them both carry through to this next phase in the Senate. Hakeem Jeffries, he is the Democratic Caucus chairman, so it also made sense from a leadership point to have him. He's also a lawyer by trade. Sylvia Garcia, she is of Texas, and she spent an unprecedented 5 terms as a judge in the municipal court there in Houston. So she has a litigation experience as well. One of the wild cards may have been Representative Crow from Colorado. He has spent time as an attorney, but he is relatively unknown. He was a part of the op-ed in the Washington Post where 7 freshman members said that they had finally come to the conclusion that Donald Trump needed to be impeached. So he has been outspoken about this, but he is fairly unknown right now, but we, of course, will see more from him soon. There's also Val Demings. I've spent a lot of time talking to her because she is on both the House Intelligence Committee and the House Judiciary Committee. And during the time of the Mueller report, she and 2 other members who also share that distinction of being on both committees, she was privy to a lot of that underlying evidence that she was able to kind of compare notes from both committees. So she's coming into this probably fairly knowledgeable on these impeachable offenses that they are going to try to prove to the Senate side. So again, there weren't many surprises, but if you do look at each individual, I think there was strategy that we could see from the Speaker on why she made this decision on these managers.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, live on Capitol Hill. Thanks so much, Rhonda. Anything else that stands out to you about this group that Speaker Pelosi has put together? We know that diversity was something she was looking for. She, as we looked at the footage earlier of that Clinton group of impeachment managers, like walking the articles over to the Senate, it's like all white men. And Speaker Pelosi was very cognizant of that. She wanted to show the diversity of her caucus. What else stands out to you, JM?
Some of the freshman members that she put on this, I think, are especially noteworthy. I think we kind of expected that Adam Schiff and Jerry Nadler and Zoe Lofgren, given her past experience with impeachments, were all potential candidates, if not kind of lock-ins, if you will, for the managers. But someone like a Jason Crow, who's from a district that really he's a vulnerable member this year for Democrats. Someone like a Val Demings, whose policing experience and also her line of questioning in the impeachment hearings often created a lot of kind of quick sound bites that Democrats would push out. And she's made more and more appearances on cable media and other shows for Democrats pushing the articles of impeachment. But I think Pelosi's reliance on a diverse group, but also relying on some of her younger members to help with this kind of management in the Senate trial is especially noteworthy here.
Amber, what else is standing out to you in this group?
Well, I want to add to your thread. You're absolutely right. Like, she didn't pick someone we were thinking could be picked, who has a ton of experience in constitutional law. Jamie Raskin, a Democrat from Maryland who sat on the Judiciary Committee and also had pointed questions and even led the committee at one time.
Yeah, I was surprised by that, just to pause on him, because
Right.
because he did step into the role when Jerry Nadler was unable to, was not present, of pushing things forward in the Judiciary Committee. And he didn't do it in like a firebrand way, like he did it in a very sort of measured and sort of legal argument forward, putting that forward rather than like the rhetoric forward sort of way. So that was a surprise to me.
Yeah, so if I'm putting myself in Pelosi's head now that I see her decision, I might think, okay, she chose someone with a ton of experience on impeachment, that's Zoe Lofgren, and she made sure to say Zoe happened to be a staffer during the Nixon impeachment on the Judiciary Committee, serving on the Judiciary Committee during the Clinton impeachment, and now, of course, a senior member of that committee during the Trump impeachment. So that was her like person with experience. And then she went to the younger people. There are at least 2 or 3 freshmen here. Jason Crow's the only one who I think is politically vulnerable, who represents a district Democrats have to win in November if they want to keep their majority. But another thread I'm trying to pull together right now is stepping back. I see a couple members who weren't out in front pro-impeachment. Like Hakeem Jeffries, as a Democratic leader and Pelosi ally, was with her all the way until September, resisting impeachment despite the fact a majority of his caucus supported it. Sylvia Garcia, I just went back and looked at a clip on Fox News she did. So she was out there doing battle with the Republican elements of media during impeachment. And she said, listen, I didn't come here to impeach President Trump. I'm undecided how I'll vote on these impeachment articles. I'm trying to take this seriously. So she took people who aren't as political as they could be on impeachment.
And I think that's an important note, is that if you were to kind of map out where each of these members are on kind of the political spectrum, there are some moderate Democrats among these impeachment managers, right? I think that's noteworthy. I think Pelosi's trying to show the broad kind of base of support for this, if you will. And yeah, I think it is notable for the folks who were not chosen. I think Raskin is kind of top of that list, right? He was making repeated media appearances. He was in many ways one of the go-to kind of younger members, or newer members, I should say, of the House Democratic Caucus, who would go on and kind of make the case night to night on multiple cable programs. And the fact that someone like him is not an impeachment manager here, I think, was maybe a little surprising.
Eric Swalwell's another one who's been
Yes.
front and center in this, making a lot of appearances, talking a lot openly with the press about his concerns about President Trump's behavior, and he's obviously been involved in the process as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amber.
She has 2 of the biggest names on the Democratic caucus on impeachment, of course, no surprise there. Adam Schiff, who she literally made the face of impeachment. From that day in September, she announced an inquiry. It was his committee, not the Judiciary Committee, which typically leads this impeachment process, that did all the depositions, did the subpoenas, did battle at the White House, held those public hearings that shaped the way we as America think of Trump and Ukraine and his intentions. So the key was the face of impeachment, and someone that Republicans, especially Trump, attacked again and again and again and again. I don't know if anything stuck, but between him and Nadler, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, who took impeachment into the home stretch, perhaps she felt like she had these big names already out there and didn't need somebody else who like is a known quantity to the nation.
Well, and I also think it's notable that because remember, there were the 3 committees working on impeachment before it was passed off to the Judiciary Committee, and Foreign Affairs Chairman Eliot Engel, and now I believe acting Oversight Carolyn Maloney, neither of them are among the managers. Obviously, Schiff and Nadler were the ones who were kind of front and center making the case night to night on this, but it is still notable that 2 of the 3 committee chairmen, as part of the initial investigation part of this, are not impeachment managers.
You can see there the House floor, the feed from the House chamber live. We'll be watching that, and we expect this vote to be coming up at 12:30, and we'll bring it to you live when that happens. We'll monitor the House floor until then. Speaker Pelosi told reporters this morning that she picked people to be impeachment managers who have a very specific skill set.
The emphasis is on litigators. The emphasis is on comfort level in the courtroom. The emphasis is making the strongest possible case to protect and defend our Constitution, to seek the truth for the American people.
And she did indeed choose litigators like Jason Crow, Val Deming, someone with a strong law enforcement background. One person whose name was being floated on Twitter, I don't know if there was any air to this sort of fluffy balloon, was Justin Amash, Justin Amash, who was a Republican, became an independent, has been one of the very few on the right side of the aisle to criticize President Trump. Would there have been any benefit in Speaker Pelosi picking someone like that, JM, to be on this team?
Amash has been sort of ostracized at this point by, obviously he's been kicked out of the Republican Party, he's an independent now, and he's been kicked off his committee assignments. But we do know that there were conversations with Amash about having him be one of the managers. It is noteworthy because Pelosi and Democrats would point to it was a bipartisan vote to impeach because Amash was in the group of lawmakers that voted to impeach. And he was the only non-Democrat who voted to impeach. So the fact that you don't have him as an impeachment manager probably likely feeds into the Republican talking points of this being a partisan process, being a witch hunt, as they put it out, to get the president. Whether Amash being a manager, though, would have made any difference in a Senate trial, I think is a very open question, considering how many folks have already sort of seemingly made up their mind, and considering how many Republicans have already been out front and center defending President Trump.
Amber, thoughts on a Justin Amash as part of this?
I think you're right. It would have been a compelling thing to watch, but Pelosi had to go through, she thought was like the best fit to argue the case. Mm-hmm. She doesn't know Amash. She's not in her caucus. Doesn't know his background as intimately. She knows these other folks. So it would have been a risk without, as you astutely point out, a ton of reward. Maybe he didn't even want to do it. I don't know. I have no insight into that. He's certainly out there on Twitter a lot criticizing the president.
7 impeachment managers. President Clinton's impeachment process had 13, so this is really a slimmed down group. But if you do watch like old footage of the impeachment trial, this process over in the Senate, there were a lot of like cooks in the kitchen, so to speak, JM.
Sure, and there were also certain members who were perhaps maybe more noteworthy in different arguments that they made than others, right? Folks go often back now to Lindsey Graham and different arguments that he made on the Senate floor during the Clinton trial. So my educated guess would be we're going to be in a similar situation where years from now there will likely be a couple sound bites that people point to in this trial among the impeachment managers. You would presume it would be someone like a Schiff or an Adler making an argument on the floor, right? Although obviously we don't know. And I think that is going to be when history looks back on this, there's going to be a focus on a couple spots, on a couple key moments. But the number is interesting, and I think a lot of this goes back to kind of Pelosi's strategy on this, right? Having a diverse group going over there, having a politically diverse group going over there, and I don't know if the number also plays into her focus on we can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. Democrats have been quick to emphasize that we've passed countless pieces of legislation that are sitting on McConnell's desk, in their words, and maybe we have a smaller number because we're still focusing on other things while simultaneously focusing on impeachment.
Yeah, that's a great point. Those optics play into Pelosi's argument, certainly on that front. Let's talk about this delay and sort of the purpose it's served politically, or perhaps hasn't served politically. Amber, has it given any advantage to Republicans? You know, I know Leader McConnell has certainly gone after Democrats, chided Democrats for this delay. But do you see any, since you do so much analysis at the Fix, do you see an upside to Republicans for this delay?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. They had time to think through, okay, how are we going to do a Senate trial? That's only been done 2 other times in history, 1 other modern time. McConnell had time to convince some moderate Republicans on the fence to stay with him and not support a resolution that would have witnesses called at the outset. His strategy is to do it a couple weeks in, after senators will be sitting there for like 1-2 weeks on end. They can't talk, they can't have their cell phones. They're hearing 7 managers and then however many lawyers for the White House side talk. It's like numbing and mind numbing in a sense. So McConnell's plan is, after all of that, to say, okay, guys, do you really want to sit here again and have more witnesses? So he's kind of kicking that witness can down the road, hoping a majority of Republicans will say, no, I don't. But it was in the middle of this hold that McConnell came out and said, I have a majority of Senate Republicans who will okay this plan to look at witnesses later. So I don't know if he would have had that if Pelosi had sent this over right away in December.
Well, and also on top of that, Democrats have pointed to essentially 3 things for what they got out of holding these articles, right? They've said that more information has come out, as we pointed out. It's unclear what effect that had, given that so much of it was based on kind of public news reporting. Another argument that they've made is, well, this shows that McConnell is really kind of in the tank for President Trump. McConnell was bashing impeachment before they even had the final vote on impeachment. And then they've also made the point that this has put pressure on Republicans to call for witnesses, but as you just pointed out, it's unclear. It's possible now that they might have an agreement on witnesses, but now Republicans are starting to push back and say, well, if you get your witnesses, then we're going to vote for our witnesses too. That means Hunter Biden and among others, right? So I don't.
That would have happened regardless. I mean, I think that jockeying over witnesses was happening regardless.
Right.
One question is, has it impacted public perception, right? Has Nancy Pelosi been able to get the message out there that we have concerns with the process over in the Senate? We think it is unfair, that it is not okay for the top leader in the Senate, because obviously Mitch McConnell controls the Republican Party, he's in control of that entire body, to say this is a foregone conclusion. And so the question is, has that resonated? Has Speaker Pelosi been able to hold that stage a little longer to get that message out there, and if it's really going to make any difference in the public opinion of this process?
I mean,
yeah,
I think it's
time will tell.
Yeah, time will tell.
Time will tell
I think it's unclear at this point, right?
And then also just how much were Americans paying attention to this as they were enjoying the holiday season, as we've been watching the 2020 campaign kick into its 2020 sort of full gear, and also watching the news cycle of President Trump's decision to have the Iranian leader killed. Things like that have also been dominating the news headlines. Adam Schiff talked this morning about just what he thought this delay bought Democrats. So let's take a listen to what Chairman Schiff had to say about the delay. This is from this morning's press conference.
We've always felt a certain urgency about this impeachment, given that the president was trying to get foreign help in cheating in the next election. But as soon as we did take up and pass the articles, Mitch McConnell made it clear that he didn't want a trial in the Senate, that he didn't want to hear from witnesses, that he didn't want documents. And this time has given us the ability to show the American people the necessity of a fair trial, to expose the degree to which McConnell is working hand in hand with the subject of the impeachment, the president, to essentially turn what should be a trial into a sham. And that time has been, I think, very effective in not only bringing new evidence to light, and the evidence was already overwhelming, but also forcing senators to go on record. Do they want a fair trial, one that's fair to the president, but also fair to the American people, or are they going to participate in a cover-up? So I think it's been very effective, and as you've seen, additional evidence continues to come to light that not only has bolstered an already overwhelming case, but has also put additional pressure, I think, on the Senate to conduct a fair trial. And the last thing I'll say is Mr. McConnell has taken to saying that the Senate should only consider the closed record that comes from the House. And as if what the Senate is not a trial, but an appeal from a trial. But of course, the Senate, the framers had in mind a real trial with witnesses and evidence. And if McConnell makes this the first trial in history without witnesses, it will be exposed for what it is, and that is an effort to cover up for the president.
All right, Chairman Schiff, that seemed like it was a little bit sped up there, which perhaps would be a way to get through the entire impeachment process a little faster if we could just like put everything on hyperspeed. But that is not how it's going to go. And this is going to be a very process heavy, sort of historically referenced, as Mitch McConnell has said, process. He wants to do this in line with how Bill Clinton was impeached back in the 1990s. Although it does seem like Leader McConnell's cherry picking a little bit about what he wants to carry over into this process. But we do expect this to go on like up to 6 days a week. We expect the trial to begin on Tuesday of next week in the Senate and then go through Saturdays. That may have some political repercussions in terms of the 2020 race, JM. It's something that everyone's asking about, just what that may mean for the 2020 candidates who sit in the Senate.
Right. Those candidates are, as Amber pointed out earlier, you're required to be in the chamber the whole time. You can't say anything. You have to sit there and listen to the arguments. And this is expected to start around midday each day and go until possibly 7, 8 at night. And if you're in the final kind of 2 to 3 weeks here before the Iowa caucuses, that is a logistical problem for folks like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, who are trying to get back to Iowa to make their final case, and yet they're going to be kind of locked down in the Senate. So it'll be interesting to see, I guess, how much their ground game is kind of built up to, if you will, pick up any slack, and their surrogates and everything else. But then B, if there is any sort of effort to maybe get there a couple nights a week and then kind of get back in time for the trial the next day, I think some of them have sort of floated, or there's been some reporting floating that possibility. But yes, and then the other thing is, depending on kind of how long this trial lasted, I think there's probably a 50-50 shot at this point that this trial is still going on when Trump delivers the State of the Union in early February.
Yeah, these senators, I matched up the calendar to the 2-3 week estimated long trial. They could miss the actual Iowa caucuses. They could actually miss those. The State of the Union's the next day. So it's very possible President Trump could be doing what President Clinton had to do, which is address Congress while being considered about being impeached.
Amber, I just want to hold you off there because Jerry Nadler is on the floor talking about impeachment. So we're going to go live to the House floor now. Let's listen in.
Ms. Lofgren, Mr. Jeffries, Mrs. Demings, Mr. Crow, and Ms. Garcia of Texas are appointed managers to conduct the impeachment trial against Donald John Trump, President of the United States, that a message be sent to the Senate to inform the Senate of these appointments, and that the managers so appointed may, in connection with the preparation and the conduct of the trial, exhibit the articles of impeachment to the Senate and take all other actions necessary, which may include the following. 1, employing legal, clerical, and other necessary assistance and incurring such other expenses as may be necessary to be paid from amounts available to the Committee on the Judiciary under applicable expense resolutions or from the applicable accounts of the House of Representatives. 2, sending for persons and papers and filing with the Secretary of the Senate on the part of the House of Representatives any pleadings in conjunction with or subsequent to the exhibition of the articles of impeachment that the managers consider necessary.
Pursuant to House Resolution 767, the resolution is debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the resolution before us today appoints managers to prosecute the Senate impeachment trial of President Trump. This trial is necessary because President Trump gravely abused the power of his office when he strong-armed a foreign government to announce investigations into his domestic political rival. He betrayed our country when he used the powers of his office, including withholding vital U.S. military assistance, to pressure that government to help him win re-election. He invited foreign interference into our elections. Again, he jeopardized our national security. He did all this for his personal political gain. And then he violated the Constitution by stonewalling Congress's efforts to investigate, ordering an absolute blockade of evidence. Despite that, the House was able to uncover powerful evidence that demonstrates beyond doubt the president's betrayal and violations of the Constitution. But we still have not heard the whole truth, because the president has refused to allow a single document to be turned over to the House in response to our impeachment subpoenas. And he has prevented us from hearing key witnesses as well. This is unprecedented. Our Speaker has led our fight for a fair trial in the Senate. Above all, a fair trial must include additional documents and all relevant witnesses. The American people have common sense. They know that any trial that does not allow witnesses is not a trial. It is a cover-up. The Speaker's insistence on this point has gotten results. Just yesterday, we received critical new evidence from the President's former associate, Lev Parnas, that further proves Mr. Trump's scheme to pressure Ukraine to go after his personal political opponents. New witness testimony has become available as well, including John Bolton's announcement that he would honor a Senate subpoena. Under today's resolution, the managers also have broad authority to submit to the Senate any additional evidence the House may acquire on its own, and we will do so. The Senate is on trial. We will see whether they conduct a fair trial and allow the witnesses or conduct a cover-up. Today's resolution is the next step in this serious and solemn constitutional process. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the resolution.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This impeachment process has been flawed from the outset. It resembles not a congressional action, it resembles more a Dr. Seuss book, knowing not which way it goes. On September 24th, the Speaker declared at a press conference the House was conducting an impeachment inquiry. However, to the contrary, to the Speaker's decree that we were all of a sudden in impeachment inquiry, the House did not authorize the impeachment inquiry until October 31st by adopting H.R. 660. It is just said just a moment ago that the Speaker has been leading the fight for a fair trial in the Senate. I wish the Speaker had been leading for a fair hearing in the House instead of trashing our rules. For those 71 out of 78 days from the time it was announced at a press conference to the time we finished, the President was not permitted to participate in these meetings. Think about that, 71 days out of 78 in which we actually did something on impeachment. He was not presented the ability to cross-examine fact witnesses, present counter-arguments, no due process at all in those 71 days. When presented with the opportunity when it came to the Judiciary Committee, instead of the Judiciary Committee stepping up and actually acting like the Judiciary Committee of the Committee of Impeachment, we punted. We had some law professors who already had their basic talking points. He could have cross-examined them. That would have done a lot of good. Then we could have had witnesses of staffers who testified. Again, a lot of good. Where were the fact witnesses? Instead of the rubber stamp that we were warned about 20 years ago by the current chairman, we became the rubber stamp. Democrats repeatedly violated House rules and blatantly abused the rules. They even wrote in H. 660, even to this day, we will pass this out in violation of H.R. 660. They used inflammatory rhetoric, haunting them because this is what they had to do. One Democrat said, I call for impeachment today because it's one heck of an emergency. Another said, we have a crime in progress. We have an emergency that our national election is going on right now. But my favorite in December, it's a crime spree in progress. Oh, the hyperbole just reeks in this room. When we understand this, if it was such an emergency, if there was in lieu to finding a 911 call, then why did we hold this for almost a month? Well, we've been told that it's to help a Senate fair trial. Be damned, the House, inappropriate process we had. But even though the process was bad, I'm going to go back and make sure the facts are, let's make sure the facts are here, because they still haven't changed. A phone call that was put out in a transcript in which no pressure was applied. There was no conditionality on anything given in that call or sense to do that. There was also nothing given by the Ukrainians to actually get this money that was released. By the way, before it was actually statutorily deadline of September 31st, they did nothing. They got the money anyway. But the problem is they want the Senate to do their job for them. But that's not how it works. You see, the Speaker, and what I've heard today, even from folks giving 1 minute, Madam Speaker, is that this is all they wanted. It was a political impeachment. They have said he is impeached for life. This shows the true motivation, I believe, of the other side. It is their dislike for this president and the good work he is doing. So, Madam Speaker, before I reserve here for a moment, this has always been a political impeachment. Even today on the floor, the talk of the president being forever impeached and it's always being sustained forgets the Senate trial. I hope this ends, this political impeachment, and this body never sees it again. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished chairman of the Intelligence Committee, gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the resolution. The task before us is a grave one, but one demanded by our oath. The impeachment inquiry undertaken by the House of Representatives found that President Donald J. Trump abused his power and sought to cover it up with an unprecedented campaign of obstruction. He withheld hundreds of millions of U.S. dollars in vital military aid to Ukraine, a close ally at war with Russia, and withheld a coveted White House meeting critical to the Ukrainian leader's international legitimacy until Ukraine would commit to help President Trump cheat in the next election. President Trump put his own personal interests above the national interests, above our national security, and if not stopped, he will do it again. For that reason, he was impeached, and for that reason, the House managers will take the case to the Senate and to the American people. Because the appropriate remedy, indeed the only remedy, is the conviction and removal from office of President Donald Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back when this national nightmare began, Speaker Pelosi laid bare her intentions and purely partisan agenda. She told her caucus that they needed to strike while the iron is hot. This was always an exercise in raw partisan politics. Contrary to the warnings of our founders, and over the last month, we saw the justification for running the fastest, thinnest, and weakest impeachment in American history crumble. Instead of sending the articles of impeachment to the Senate for trial, Speaker Pelosi held them hostage in a failed play to gain leverage that she did not and would never have. In terms of concessions, she got nothing. No control, no moral victories. In other words, another failed strategy. After a month of counterproductive and harmful delays, I have 3 questions for my friends on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats. What happened to impeachment being urgent? What happened to Congress being on the clock? What happened to saying the House would be derelict in our duty if we did not act immediately? These were all the assertions Democrats made over the past several months. I guess it turns out none of them are true. These delay tactics were self-serving, hypocritical, and discrediting. But they made an important admission. Some might even call it a concession. You proved a very big point. Democrats do not even believe their case was robust enough to win in a trial. Even the Speaker's allies admit the delays undermined their case. Some has gone as far as describing it as a failed strategy. These are those who are closest to her. Senator Feinstein, the senior Democrat from our state of California and the hometown senator of the Speaker, said, "The longer it goes on, the less urgent it becomes." And Chairman Adam Smith, a confidant of the Speaker, said it was time to transmit the articles to the Senate. Before these statements were made last week, before the Speaker relented, they are significant because they were public and they were honest. I'm disappointed these individuals did not have the courage to stand by their initial comments. If impeachment was truly as urgent as Democrats claimed, the majority should not have waited for the Speaker to choose a political convenient time. Anyone could have recognized this ploy would not work. The House and the Senate are different institutions, and at this point in time, controlled by different parties. As James Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers, the purpose of bicameralism is to guard against the dangers of encroachment and to stop toxic resolutions from taking effect. We saw separation of powers prevail against an abuse of power, just as the Constitution intends. The idea of withholding a sloppy impeachment case to force the Senate to change its rules is constitutionally and politically unheard of. Frankly, it's just ridiculous. In Article 1, Section 5, the Constitution clearly states, each House may determine the roles of its proceedings. It doesn't say the House may determine the roles of proceedings in the Senate. If anything, the Speaker's actions have only further persuaded members of the Senate that the evidence of impeachment was neither thorough nor satisfactory. But you know what? Let's be honest. This was never about persuasion. It was never about the rule of law. It was what Alexander Hamilton warned us, that one party would get control. And just because of the animosity, would demean the process of impeachment. And by selecting these particular batch of managers, the Speaker has further proven she's not interested in winning the minds, the hearts, or even following the Constitution. Let's take a look at the first three names Speaker Pelosi announced in her anticipated announcement earlier today. Chairman Schiff, a man who has already taken on the role of judge, jury, and fact witness throughout the entire House impeachment process. Chairman Nadler, someone who campaigned for the chairmanship of the Judiciary Committee that's responsible for impeachment beginning as far back as December 2017, before you were even in the majority, on the notion that he would be the best person to lead the charge on potential impeachment against the president. You see, you get a chairmanship by your conference voting for you. You campaign for it. You put your best ideas out there of why you should be the chairman. In 2017, that was the campaign. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, a member who almost 2 years to this date voted in support of impeachment. You know, that was more than a year before the Ukraine call even took place. Those are just some of the managers. If you think about the members, there's people who were, on the day they were sworn in to this body, told those who supported him the greatest that they were going to impeach him. As I've said in the past, there's an issue with fairness. But instead of looking to the Senate, Speaker Pelosi should be looking within her own caucus. From the beginning, this investigation was marred by selective leaks to the media, a completely predetermined process. Yes, we've been through impeachment before, but it was much different. We believed in the rule of law back then, that we would face our accuser, that you could cross-examine, that the minority could actually ask for witnesses. The day that impeachment was asked to come forward, I sent a letter to the Speaker, laying out 10 items, none that were made up. You know what they were? The fair process we've always used in the past. The answer was no. Because they've been working on this for 2.5 years, they could not let fairness determine the outcome. Any other prosecutor would be disbarred for such blatant bias, especially if that prosecutor was a fact witness in the case. The reason for this impeachment is the same reason it's taken Democrats 30 days to send the articles to the Senate. Just spite. They wanted to stain the president's record without giving him a fair chance to clear his name. Last year, we saw House Democrats invert the burden of proof during their fair investigation. For every American watching, take, for instance, if this was your government, if you switched the burden of proof on you. We have a congressman, Max Rose, characterized it this way, this new freshman of the majority. The president says he's innocent, so all we're saying is prove it. God forbid government accuses you of something as an average American to say you have to prove it. We just switched a fundamental belief as an American. But only in this house do we do that. This guilty and proven innocent mentality was an admission that impeachment was not about upholding justice or protecting the rule of law. Now Democrats have invented an even more destructive standard. You're guilty because they say so. Our founders feared this day. Alexander Hamilton warned us of this day. I had hoped this day would not come. I would hope those who uphold the Constitution would believe in the rule of law instead of the spite of the dislike of an individual. Like the kangaroo courts on college campuses, or an accusation is enough for a conviction. Even as early as just last Sunday in an interview, Speaker Pelosi made that point very clear to all of us. Asked what a Senate acquittal would mean, she said it didn't matter. The president is impeached forever. Is that what this is all about? Just a personality. Just an abuse of power that you have within a house that we all feared this country would never do. You could almost see on the speaker's smile as she spoke about this new standard how incredibly solemn she was. Madam Speaker, when Americans look back on this sad saga, they will see a rigged process that forever damaged the remedy of impeachment. Speaker Pelosi got nothing from the Senate, but the American people got worse than nothing. They got stuck with the bill for a costly, never-ending investigation. The old saying that you get what you pay for does not apply here. Congress wasted time and millions of dollars on partisan impeachment. In return, taxpayers get nothing. Democrats' misaligned priorities have cost the people solutions that could have improved the quality of their life. There's no greater contrast than what we are doing right here today than what is happening at Pennsylvania Avenue. The president sitting down with another country of a leader and signing a trade agreement. Something people said we could never get done. To make this country stronger, to make America the next century ours. But what are we doing here? We are doing what this majority has worked their entire time for. Before they were even sworn in, they campaigned for the position of chairman, for this moment, for this time, for the millions of dollars that are spent, so they could say the president is impeached. That's a lofty history. Those are lofty goals that you now have authored more subpoenas than you created laws. But thank God we got a president in the White House that does not sit back. Yes, he got the United States, Mexico, Canada trade agreement, our top two traders. He's sitting with a trade agreement with China today, but think about how much stronger his hand would have been had that agreement taken place earlier when he got it. No, it was held. Why? Because we were impeaching. That's an amazing agenda, but you promised people you would do it. This is not a moment this body should be proud of. If, as Speaker Pelosi likes to say, impeachment is a national civics lesson, let's use this blunder as a teachable moment. I'll make this promise to the American public, because the day will come that the majority will switch. We will uphold the Constitution. We will listen to the words of Alexander Hamilton. And just because somebody else is in an office that we may not like, we will not change the rule of law. We'll not accuse them of breaking it and say they have to prove it. We believe America is more than a country. That America is an idea of the straightness that we, yes, would make students in Iran rise up for the freedom of what they know America to be. That the rule of law was so powerful. This is a moment in a civic lesson that we should learn. This is a moment that will teach our grandchildren that, yes, more than 200 years ago, the founders crafted an amazing country, but they warned us what abuse of power would look like. The sad part is we're witnessing it. What a contrast in a day and time. Moving forward, we must not redo these same mistakes in Congress. And my promise to you, if power was to change, the rule of law would come back. We'd have an agenda focused on people, not on politics. We'd have a voice that you're innocent until proven guilty. We would not abuse our power just for the sheer shake of politics to say you're impeached forever because I dislike you. We are better than this. It's a sad day. But the great thing about America, it will all change because the people have the voice. I yield back.
Members are once again reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 2 points. First, my colleagues in the minority would rather talk about anything than try to defend what President Trump actually did, because they can't. There is overwhelming evidence that the President pressured the Ukrainian government to interfere in our election on his behalf. Then he covered it up. These are high crimes and misdemeanors, and we will prove that in the Senate. Second, our minority colleagues don't like our ongoing fight for a fair trial because it got results. New documents and additional witnesses have emerged that unmistakably point to the President's guilt, and we have exposed the efforts of some in the Senate majority to put on a sham trial. The American people understand that a trial without evidence, without witnesses, is no trial at all, but a cover-up, and that will not stand. We must protect the Constitution and the integrity of our elections. That is what this is about. We must remove this president to protect our country. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia has 30 seconds remaining. Gentleman from New York has 1 minute remaining, and the gentleman from New York has the right to close. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. Is the gentleman from New York ready to close?
Gentleman
speakers.
from Georgia is recognized.
There's no other speakers. Our closing is no other speakers.
I have one more speaker, and
Then you're not ready
she
to
will
close. I reserve.
No.
No, the gentleman's incorrect. The gentleman from New York has one remaining speaker who will close. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
I will take it back. Give me the time one more time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Georgia has 30 seconds remaining. The gentleman from New York has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your
You're welcome.
work. Look, there are 2 facts that just came out right here, and again, we're going to hear in just a moment, but there are facts. Undoubtedly, the mics are not working on the other side, majority side. We've talked about the facts. There is not overwhelming evidence. We've discussed this over and over and over till we're blue in the face, but it doesn't matter because this is a political impeachment. This has nothing to do with the facts. We've shown that there was nothing done wrong, but that does not matter. When the train is on the tracks, the whistle is blowing, impeachment matters, and the only thing that matters on a time where the only real emergency here is that there's a 2020 election in which the Democrats can't stand to see the fact this president is going to win again. They can't stand the fact of who they've got running, so what do? We impeach him, as they said, for life. That's wrong.
Gentleman's
Vote no.
time's
I yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from New York.
Again, no defense. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms.
Gentlelady is
Pelosi.
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional custodianship of the Constitution of the United States. For 13 years, the top Democrat on the Constitution and Civil Liberties Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. And thank you for your leadership in protecting and defending the Constitution, the oath that we take as members of Congress. As I enter into the conversation, I do want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Georgia for his apology for his ridiculous remarks about me and House Democrats. Thank you. We accept your apology, Mr. Collins. Now I want to go to the purpose of why we're on the floor today. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we are here today to cross a very important threshold in American history. On December 18th, the House of Representatives passed articles of impeachment of Donald Trump, articles of impeachment for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. By his own admission, the president stated that, yes, he had had that conversation with the president of Ukraine, but he didn't see anything wrong with it. Well, we don't agree with that assessment. And yes, it is a fact. When someone is impeached, they are always impeached. It cannot be erased. So I stand by that comment, although I know you don't like hearing it. I stand by this American flag, picture of the American flag, as I did the day that we introduced the articles of impeachment onto the floor. Because every day, all over America, in classrooms as well as courtrooms, and in this Congress of the United States when we meet, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. And to the republic for which it stands. That is what our nation is. That is the genius, the beautiful, exquisite genius of the Constitution, of that we are a republic. That was the decision of our founders, their vision. They didn't want a monarchy. They wanted a republic. And when Benjamin Franklin came out of Independence Hall and was asked, what do we have, Mr. Franklin, a monarchy or a republic? He said, a republic, if we can keep it. I often wondered why he said that, why that would be in doubt. But we see why it is in doubt right now, when the President of the United States has said, Article 2 says, I can do whatever I want. That's a monarchy. That is not a republic that we pledge our allegiance to every single day. And so here we are today with the articles of impeachment about to be transmitted to the United States Senate. I was thinking this morning and mentioned in a previous public event the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. Listen, my children, and you will hear of the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. Well, listen, my children, you will hear about an assault on the Constitution of the United States, undermining the republic for which our flag stands, by the President of the United States. The President of the United States, in using appropriated funds enacted in a bipartisan way by this Congress, funds that were meant to help the Ukraine fight the Russians. The President considered that his private ATM machine, I guess, and said he could say to the President, he could make, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Do you paint houses too? What is this? Do me a favor. So we have a situation that is very sad. Don't talk to me about my timing. For a long time, I resisted the calls from across the country for impeachment of the president for obvious violations of the Constitution that he had committed. But recognizing the divisiveness of impeachment, I held back. Frankly, I said, this president isn't worth it. But when he acted the way he did in relationship to withholding funds from Ukraine in return for a benefit to him that was personal and political, he crossed a threshold. He gave us no choice. He gave us no choice. So children, our Constitution is the vision of our founders. They were so brave. They declared independence. They did in a time frame when in the course of human events it becomes necessary. They declared independence. They fought a war of independence and bravely succeeded. They wrote documents, our founding documents, the Constitution. Thank God they made it amendable so that we could ever be expanding freedom in our country. And that, my children, is what you pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic contained in that Constitution of the United States. So we take that oath. And when we become members of Congress or other public office, we take an oath to protect and defend that Constitution of the United States. And the President of the United States takes an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, an oath that he has blatantly violated. And for this reason, he was impeached by the House of Representatives. And for this reason, we thought it would be helpful to have not only the strong case for impeachment and removal that was put forth in this House, but to know that more was to come. And we didn't make it come because we said we're going to wait until after Christmas to send this over. They would like to have had us sent it over on Christmas Eve so they could dismiss it. Perhaps they don't realize that dismissal is cover-up, but that has been one of their trains of thought. Dismissal is cover-up. I was so disappointed the other day, last Friday, I guess Thursday, when the leader of the United States Senate, rather than strengthening the institution in which he serves, became subservient and said and signed on to a resolution that would dismiss charges. Dismiss. Dismissal is cover-up. And so in the course of the time since we passed the resolution, and not because of the time, we passed it on December 18th. On December 20th, new emails show that 91 minutes after Trump's phone call with the Ukrainian president, a top Office of Management Budget Aid asked the Department of Defense to hold off on sending military aid to Ukraine. On December 29th, revelations emerged of the OMB director and acting chief of staff Mulvaney's role in the delay of aid, the effort by lawyers in the administration to justify the delay, and the alarm, most importantly, the alarm that in the administration that delay caused within the administration. On January 2nd, newly unredacted Pentagon emails, which the House subpoenaed and the president blocked, raised serious concerns by the Trump administration officials about the legality of the president's hold on the aid to the Ukraine. On January 6th, former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton said he would comply with the subpoena compelling his testimony. His lawyers stated he had new relevant information. On January 13th, reports emerged that the Russian government hacked the Ukrainian gas company Burisma as part of their ongoing effort to influence the U.S. election in support of Trump. On yesterday, House committees, Mr. Nadler, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Engel, and Congresswoman Maloney, Madam Chair Maloney, released new evidence pursuant to a House subpoena from Lev Parnas, recently photographed with the Republican leader, an associate of Rudy Giuliani, that further proves that the president was the central player in the scheme to pressure Ukraine for his own benefit in the 2020 election. The Senate leader and the president are afraid of more facts coming to light. That is why the leader signed onto that dismissal resolution. A dismissal, again, is a cover-up. The American people will fully understand the Senate's move to begin the trial without witnesses and documents as a pure political cover-up. Whatever the outcome, the American people want a fair trial, fair to the president, fair to the American people. The American people deserve the truth. The Constitution requires a trial, a fair trial. The GOP Senate behaved. The American people. Okay, let me just make this briefer. The House is now moving forward with a vote to transmit the articles and appoint managers. As Speaker, I am proud to appoint outstanding American patriots to serve on the impeachment panel. Chairman Schiff, Chairman Nadler, Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren. This is her third impeachment as a staffer to a House Judiciary Committee member in the Nixon impeachment, as a member of the Judiciary Committee on the Clinton, and now as a House manager, Madam Chair. Madam Chair of our caucus, Hakeem Jeffries, a serious, respected litigator. Val Demings, a member of the police force of Orlando, and for 27 years, and for part of that time, the first woman and African-American police chief of Orlando. She knows her way around the courtroom. Jason Crow from Colorado, an Army Ranger, served our country in the military in Iraq and Afghanistan, and now in the Congress of the United States, and he too, a respected litigator. And Sylvia Garcia of Texas, a judge in a number of capacities in Texas, and a member of the Judiciary Committee. We're very honored that you have taken the responsibility, all of you, to bring the articles of impeachment over to the United States Senate with a case for the Constitution. A case for the Constitution. So back to the children. Back to the children. We don't want this president or any president to ever violate the Constitution. It is very, very important that we see that that Constitution is central to who we are as a country. Our system of government, our Constitution, so valued, so respected, hopefully so honored by everyone who takes an oath of office to support and defend it. And when you see the Russians now hacking in Ukraine, it just came out yesterday or the day before, it just reminds me that I think most Americans would think that voters in America should decide who our president is, not Vladimir Putin in Russia deciding who our president is. I'm very concerned that in all of this, whether it's withholding funds for the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian government to fight the Russians, whether it's undermining our commitment to NATO, whether it's, again, making decisions of what happens in Syria vis-a-vis Turkey, favoring the Russians, that all roads lead to Russia. All roads lead to Putin. Well, some in the administration may think that's okay, I don't. But we do insist and wonder why this president and some in this Congress will not come to the defense of our electoral system by allowing that to happen, denying that it's happening, placing the blame elsewhere. This is as serious as it gets for any of us. Only the vote to declare war would be something more serious than this. We take it very seriously. It's not personal, it's not political, it's not partisan, it's patriotic. So again, I thank our distinguished managers for their courage, their dedication, for being willing to spend the time to do the job, to honor the oath that we take, and honor the pledge that our children take, allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. With that, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 767, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Gentleman from Georgia.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
Yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on adoption of the resolution will be followed by a 5-minute vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, if ordered. This will be a 15-minute vote.
No, I'm not ready. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. A live view of the House floor right now. Today, the order at hand is to vote on advancing these articles of impeachment over to the Senate and solidifying Speaker Pelosi's picks for impeachment managers. We do expect later on today that formal process of seeing the articles marched over to the Senate chamber. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm in our studio with Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. Amber, this whole process has been a lot of back and forth between Republicans and Democrats, between the House and the Senate, and we've been in the dark for a lot of the time about just what the timeline would be. So if people are watching at home and they're wondering sort of when are things supposed to happen, they're not alone. There's been a lot of kind of grinding of the gears as we've tracked this impeachment process. It really all started with Speaker Pelosi electing not to move forward back in December after the House initially voted on those 2 articles. We do know some contours, though, of what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. Give us a sense of what we do expect to happen in the future here.
We expect either tonight or Thursday, we're not exactly sure, the House managers that the House is voting to approve today, walking over these articles of impeachment, literally reading them to the Senate. And then after that, they leave. The Chief Justice, according to the Senate rules for impeachment and how the Clinton trial went, will get sworn in by the Secretary of the Senate, and then he will swear in all 100 senators. They all have to be there probably tomorrow at this point, the way things are moving. But again, like you said, Libby, this is also slapdash because Pelosi held up the articles of impeachment. We're not precisely sure yet.
And it's not like they're all working together. I mean, there is tension between Speaker Pelosi, between Leader McConnell, and so we don't necessarily see a lot of things being hashed out ahead of time with lots of lead time and lots of decorum, and then everything happening in a totally orderly way, despite all the procedure and the way things must be done in Congress. There's been a lot of back and forth behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's such, if I can interrupt,
Absolutely.
I wanted to say that there's such bad blood between those two that it's very possible McConnell's finding out they're going to transmit the articles as we find out, or very shortly after that or before that.
Let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin, a reporter on Capitol Hill, who's been watching all of this unfold today. Rhonda, what are your takeaways from this initial opening of debate here on the House floor? We saw Democrats and Republicans going back and forth, something our viewers might be very familiar with if they were watching back in December as the articles of impeachment were voted on. We heard a lot of the same arguments at hand, a lot of the same people speaking. But what stood out to you so far today?
What stood out to me, Libby, is that Speaker Pelosi did directly address why she decided to hold on to the articles of impeachment. She sort of conveyed that had she not had this been pushed through around Christmas Eve, then this would have been a very, very quick trial. So she did address everyone on the right, the Republicans' criticism that she held this for political strategy or some sort of gain and lost. But she said we did not lose. She, in fact, pointed out that a lot of evidence has come out since her decision to withhold the impeachment article. She talked about emails that came out a few days after Christmas that talked about how Mulvaney was very involved in this. There were transcripts that were released that showed that there were White House officials that were trying to push the president not to do this. So there's a lot of evidence that came out in the last few weeks, and Speaker Pelosi said this only strengthens their case, and that period of time during the delay was a smart move. That is what she just said. The other thing that stood out to me during that short amount of debate, well, short in House terms, Nadler, Chairman Nadler from the Judiciary Committee, he said this is not only a Senate trial, but the Senate is on trial for what they are about to do. So I think if we're still trying to discern why Speaker Pelosi held on to these articles, one benefit might have been that it did push some of the Republican moderates in the Senate to start getting on record about how they felt about witnesses. You had last week on Friday, Representative Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine, who's in a really, really tough re-election in that state. She came forward and said she is working with 4 other Republican moderates to discuss the need for witnesses and make sure that the Senate does not sort of plow through that opportunity to hear from people. So if there was anything that came from the delay that we can see, it is that a lot of Senate moderates and Republicans as well as Democrats on the Senate side have been talking about the need for witnesses. And I guess it remains to be seen when we get to that point if that all happens and how fast it happens.
Rhonda Colvin, live on Capitol Hill, thank you so much. I want to welcome Shane Harris to our table, intelligence and national security reporter. Shane, thank you for being here. New reporting last night from our colleagues showed this information coming out of House Democrats regarding Lev Parnas, to begin with, I want you to dig into this a little bit with us because Lev Parnas is a name we've been hearing already before, but he is now coming up with not just information and stories, but what looks to be material evidence, physical evidence of perhaps President Trump, at least Rudy Giuliani's involvement in this push to get quote unquote dirt on the Bidens in Ukraine and to hold things up in order to make it look like the Bidens had something to hide.
Right.
First of all, why are we hearing about this now?
Well, we're only hearing now late in the process because I guess there's been this negotiation with getting this information from Lev Parnas, who has signaled for quite a while, actually through his attorneys and through sort of strange, almost a little, not quite ambiguous, but not so subtle tweets that he had a story to tell. So this is coming later in the process. It's now going to be transmitted, and the impeachment managers are going to want to bring this in. But it's been clear that Lev Parnas always had a story that he wanted to tell about like how deeply Rudy Giuliani and I think by extension President Trump were into this campaign to pressure Ukraine to launch these investigations. And what we're seeing here are actually handwritten notes from Parnas, written on stationery from a hotel in Vienna, sort of mapping out the things that he had to do, including getting President Zelensky in Ukraine to announce an investigation into Burisma and within extension Hunter Biden, which is expressly what the president wanted.
And to pause right there, an announcement of the investigation
Right.
was something that witnesses have said was on the table. That whether or not they actually investigated Burisma was not necessarily the goal. The announcement, the optics of looking into it was something that the president was said to want.
Right, and that's really key there too, because there's been a lot of talk about, well, if the president really wanted an investigation of what he thought was corruption, why not go to the Justice Department or talk to the Ukrainian officials and start one? It's clear, it's seeming clear from these Parnas documents that exactly to your point, it was the announcement of the investigation that was key. Why does that matter? It's because this is the information, allegedly, that this side is then trying to get out into the media, into the political bloodstream, to sully Joe Biden. So the point was not actually investigating corruption, if you're reading it this way. The point was insinuating that there was something wrong and sullying Biden in the process.
Another question is Marie Yovanovitch and whether she was being monitored and perhaps tailed. I mean, dig into this for us
Yeah,
here.
this is a very strange and rather troubling one, actually. That now emerges in this narrative, this character we've never heard of, who is a candidate for Congress by the name of Hyde.
A Republican in Connecticut.
Yeah, somebody who we've never heard of.
A Trump supporter.
Exactly. So there are these text exchanges where he seems to be talking about surveillance, physical and electronic surveillance, or spying, if you like, that's being done in Ukraine of Marie Yovanovitch, who we'll all remember from the impeachment trials last year, was this ambassador to Ukraine that was the target of this smear campaign orchestrated by Giuliani. And President Trump, when he's talking to Zelensky in that famous July 25th phone call, sort of darkly alludes to her by saying she's about to go through some things. So now we see these Giuliani associates talking about this campaign to monitor her. I mean, it's really quite extraordinary. Now, we should emphasize, too, foreign diplomats abroad, particularly in Ukraine, they're monitored by foreign governments. There are protocols and procedures that are in place to protect her. But linking that campaign up with these associates of Giuliani, who also, according to a letter that was revealed, had been reaching out himself to the president of Ukraine on behalf of President Trump, saying with his full knowledge. It's tying all of this just nefarious and shady activity together with real documents and text messages and letters that we hadn't seen before. I mean, it's pretty explosive evidence to be, and it's particularly becoming this late in the process. I mean, literally the day before the House votes to send these articles of impeachment to the Senate.
Amber, talk about the timing of this and sort of what it means as Democrats and Republicans prepare to go through this next step of the process with impeachment.
Well, it means Democrats have to spend time educating the American public, but more importantly, senators, what this information is and why it matters. I mean, they spent months in public impeachment hearings and before that private depositions trying to paint a narrative of Trump's intentions on Ukraine, that he used Ukraine policy for his own political advantage. This is evidence that underscores Democrats' case, but it also elevates it, as Shane pointed out. It elevates a quid pro quo, that was there a U.S. ambassador getting pushed out despite the support of most, if not all, of the diplomatic community in exchange for help for Trump's re-election campaign. They're going to have to explain all of this. This is relatively confusing stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And now will come the case to time possibly in the trial to do that. And as we're talking about witnesses, I mean, I guess this now raises a question of, do you call Rudy Giuliani as a witness? Explain this letter that she wrote to the president-elect of Ukraine. Is President Trump going to come out and say, I didn't know what Giuliani was doing when he's invoking my name and it pains to say how he's representing me? Was he lying? Was he making it up? I mean, this is pretty persuasive evidence and something that's going to be, I think, really hard for Republicans in the trial to simply ignore.
Okay, we're watching this vote happen in the House. You can see time remaining a little over 3 minutes, and so we'll continue to dip into the House floor procedures as movement happens there. Not a lot of surprises today, though. The anticipation, of course, there's no reason to expect this to go any different way, is that the House will advance these articles over to the Senate. The impeachment managers that Speaker Pelosi announced this morning will be solidified by this House vote. And then we turn to the ceremony, the process, the walking over of the articles to the Senate. You know, there are these moments here, as Speaker Pelosi talks about the weight of the Constitution, in her mind for the beauty and grace of the Constitution. There are these moments that will become classic, iconic images of President Trump's impeachment. Because as we just heard debated on the House floor, Speaker Pelosi points out that President Trump is impeached for life. Regardless of what happens in the Senate, he is officially impeached in the House. Shane, how much do these moments, these visual images matter as we're still puzzling through sort of the who, what, why, when of what actually happened?
Yeah, and they certainly matter for history, but I have to say in the moment that we're in now, where both sides are so polarized, and we even just listened to the debate, which was really just hitting, again, the same political talking points we've been hearing for a long time, it's hard not to feel some of the gravity kind of fall away from this moment, right? And this will be very solemn, and the cameras will capture it. The Senate trial will probably feel a bit more solemn because there are actually rules restricting, a senator's ability to talk in the middle of it. But all of this is against the backdrop of partisanship and of just the sniping that's been going on. We are weeks out from the first election, the caucus in Iowa. I mean, it's hard to sort of separate from the moment. I do wonder if in retrospect, however this all ends up, this is going to look different. But right now it seems sort of like, a theatrical kind of presentation, if you will, that's happening in the midst of this just partisan rancor. And it's hard, for me anyway, to disassociate those two.
Yeah, it's almost like the things that are happening now that are historic matter less if you know how it's going to turn out anyway. Like, it's very difficult. I'm not saying we know, but it's very difficult to see 20 Senate Republicans defect and decide to kick out a duly elected president of their own party.
Especially since they've signaled right now that there's support across the board in the Senate among the Republican ranks for, if not for President Trump in whole, for going through this process in the way that Mitch McConnell wants it to go. And that's very significant that we're not seeing defections from that at this point.
And we probably shouldn't overlook, too, I mean, why are we here in the first place? I mean, look purely at the politics, let's putting aside the president's behavior for a second. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was brought to this moment in large part because her caucus and her constituency got behind this idea, and eventually moderate Democrats were persuaded that the president needed to be impeached as well. So, when she says things, as she said before, like he is impeached for life, I hear that and I say she's almost just saying to people, as you're saying, Amber, like, we know how this is going to go, but history will record this. We did this together. We decided this was the right thing to do. We did our duty. So, the Democrats can be expected to lean in a little bit to the ceremony of this moment, because after all, this is what they said was important and necessary, and just politically speaking, this does sort of satisfy something that a very large number of Democratic voters wanted to see happen.
Amber, is there any chance that, and I'd love to hear what you think as well, Shane, after Amber gives us her perspective, is there any chance that the House could keep investigating President Trump and look at this information from Lev Parnas, try to get more witnesses? We heard Adam Schiff, talk earlier this morning a little bit about how it does need to move forward, but where is the body in Congress that's going to pick up the spade and keep digging in to what actually happened?
Yeah, I have a newsletter on impeachment, and I get asked this all the time from readers. Are they going to reopen this impeachment inquiry based on new evidence or carry the Senate's trial weight for them? The answer is no, they're not going to reopen an impeachment inquiry. I think Pelosi, this was a big lift. This is it. They've impeached the president. She's That's why she keeps stressing, right? He's impeached for life. However, I think it's a possibility if the Senate does not have some of these witnesses, like Trump's top aides, come testify, they could subpoena them. Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney has already ignored a congressional subpoena, so they're kind of at loggerheads there, but John Bolton, former national security advisor in the rooms for a lot of this stuff, we believe, has said he'd be willing to testify in a Senate trial, which makes it very difficult for him to ignore a subpoena from the House. It's possible they continue to investigate this Lev Parnas stuff, especially as Shane points out, Parnas, through his attorney, is out there going, "Oh, me, talk to me."
Right. And I think if we go back to even where we were before the Ukraine stories broke, the Mueller report had been delivered, and in it he almost expressly says, "Over to you, Congress, to decide how to deal with this because I can't prosecute the president." So in that investigation, really kind of the winds were out of the sails at that point. That didn't really go anywhere. And we were thinking, well, maybe the House will not pick this up and move. I do have just a feeling, if having watched this now for a while, it's either the impeachment trial or it's nothing. And if he's acquitted in the Senate, which he probably will be, will the Democrats really this late in the game sort of have the institutional bandwidth or frankly even the appetite to gin this up? That said, all of this information is now in the public in an election year, right? And every Democratic, whoever the Democratic nominee is and every Democratic candidate until then is going to be able to hold up these text messages and raise these questions about why was the president's lawyer in league with these two guys who were, talking to somebody who was monitoring a diplomat. This all now is political fodder for the campaign. That doesn't help the president. I mean, he's going to, at some point, going to have to answer for this and explain it, unless his strategy is just to simply say it's all a hoax, which is what he's been doing before. But we'll see how the polls respond to that. But even though that the Congress might not be ready to sort of take this up and dig on it, this is now out there for voters to ponder and consider.
Shane, Marie Yovanovitch's lawyer is asking questions about just what sort of surveillance was being done on Marie Yovanovitch. This raises a lot of questions about her safety, her welfare. There was like some joking and some messages about. I'm sort of hesitating because I don't want to like get too far over my skis, but sort of implying that maybe something bad could happen to her, or that they could take care of her in some way from this congressional candidate in Connecticut, like things happen to people in Ukraine. Right. Raises some serious questions. So she will be looking into this, and Marie Yovanovitch's lawyer will be looking into this. Then there's the question of Lev Parnas and what he faces in terms of like legal consequences. And then there's the question of Rudy Giuliani and investigations into Giuliani. So can you take us through sort of what some of the legal implications of all this might be outside of the work of Congress?
Sure. I mean, well, Yovanovitch, I think, is totally right to be looking into these allegations, and we'll see whether or not these were just sort of, thuggish people talking big and not really following through on things. Remember, however, though, when she is recalled from Kyiv to come back to Washington, the message that's delivered to her from her colleagues at the State Department is there's some concern for her safety. At the time, I think we interpreted that as like your position is not safe, but now this raises a question of like, did the State Department have some indication that she was physically in some kind of danger? What is that about? We'll get to the bottom of that. She has her, her rights to pursue there as well. Parnas, of course, is facing these these campaign finance charges. He has signaled to the House that he wants to corrupt it. I think he wants an immunity deal in the process for that. But here we are again with the story of, flippers and cooperating witnesses. How many times have we heard that through the Mueller investigation? Southern District of New York is believed to be investigating Rudy Giuliani. If Lev Parnas has information that would be helpful in that investigation, I am sure prosecutors there will want to talk to him if they're not already. And again, this is something that if you can imagine just politically, if the president's attorney, personal attorney, is indicted in the middle of an election campaign, that's again something that President Trump is going to have to answer to. So those legal questions still remain unanswered, but Parnas very clearly has been saying for months now that he has this story that he wants to tell. The information that was released last night is pretty compelling. So in a sense, it's almost like I think he's a bit showing his hand and sort of giving, if you like, an offer of the kinds of information that he would be able to convey, which directly implicate Rudy Giuliani, and Rudy Giuliani's own words implicate the president.
Shane Harris, Intelligence and National Security Reporter, thank you so much. Amber Phillips is going to stay with us. We're going to let Shane go. We're watching this House floor vote, and you can see the time has run out on the clock, but things are still open, so we'll go back to the floor once they engage again. Diana DeGette is the woman who is with the gavel. She's the one who's presiding over this. She had the honor of being chosen by Speaker Pelosi to represent Democrats and preside over the impeachment vote back in December, and she's at it again. And you heard her working with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to sort of sort through a little earlier who gets what time, who gets this 30 seconds, who gets that 1 minute. And it did take us back a little bit to like the decorum and procedure of how the House works. Amber Phillips, I want to pick back up on what Shane was talking about there, some of the sort of the legal implications of where this all goes. You know, the question of Rudy Giuliani's role in all of this and his relationship with the president just isn't going away.
Right.
And Rudy Giuliani isn't going away.
Right. He has been traveling to Ukraine in the middle of this.
Yes.
I mean, he has just made a decision to be unabashed in whatever he's doing, which fits with President Trump's style of like, don't ever back down. Does President Trump have a decision to make this election year? Does he decide to throw Rudy Giuliani under the bus and say, like, does it get so bad, whatever is happening, whatever evidence, and we saw hints of that today, that suggests Giuliani was there doing the stuff Trump got impeached for, trying to get something from Ukraine to help President Trump in exchange for U.S. policy. And Giuliani's not a government official, so was he acting on the behalf of the president? If it gets so bad and we just see, like, yes, that's the case, at some point I don't see how Trump stays with his personal lawyer. And that gets politically difficult for Trump because he is on the record a gazillion times saying Giuliani is a great guy. He's on record in that phone call, that rough transcript with Ukraine's president saying, talk to Giuliani, he knows what's up, he has a good sense of everything going on, I'm gonna have my guy give you a call. So the deeper Giuliani gets into this stuff, especially the legal trouble, I think the more and more President Trump has a tough decision to make to save his own reelection.
What do senators have to consider as they weigh whether or not to call witnesses in this next trial phase?
I think the main thing, my understanding they're considering, and they don't say this publicly, is this just going to be a circus? Because you hear Mitch McConnell say this, Democrats, if you get your witnesses, the White House is going to get theirs. And we don't know how the White House is going to defend the president. They haven't had an opportunity to defend the president on substance. Well, they did have an opportunity. They refused it in the House committee process. So is the White House going to go out there and say, okay, there's this totally unsubstantiated theory about Ukraine having a Democratic server and just push these conspiracy theories, and Hunter Biden is wanted a lot of money, therefore he's corrupt, therefore President Trump was right, and let's call Hunter Biden. And I think a lot of Senate Republicans know that that is unfounded in fact and could risk making the Senate look like the House did to many of them, which is just like a total political firefight. And you had a lot of Republicans and some Democrats throwing out stuff that just wasn't factually correct. They want to keep the Senate chamber a respectable place. So they do see themselves as the upper chamber. So that's the main concern I think they have about witnesses. The other one, of course, is what happens if somebody gets called and presents evidence that is just super indicting against the president, and there's no way I can in good conscience look my voters in the eye and say he should be acquitted. They need President Trump and they need his supporters to get reelected, many of these people.
It's clear why Mitch McConnell just wants this process to just go and get done with and then move on, because right now he wins. I mean, he has got the votes he needs with no question among his Republican ranks to acquit the president and move forward. As negotiations happen between the White House and Leader McConnell, and as we see new evidence arise, it has the potential to muddy the waters and complicate things for President Trump. And you can see how, from the mind of Mitch McConnell, you'd think, why bother to introduce any wild cards, anything that's unpredictable? But that does run counter to President Trump's initial request for like a robust defense and wanting to see something very spirited, very high energy, and very aggressive happen in the Senate chamber.
I think you're right, Libby. They're at odds with each other on how to handle this, because McConnell's looking at this from the perspective of, I want control over this process.
Right.
And
and with this control, I win, right?
Exactly. He has a strategy. Our White House and congressional colleagues have reported that McConnell has convinced Trump for now, just trust me on this and step back. And they have had a rocky relationship. They're having a better relationship, say over the past months or even year. So Trump might say, okay, you're right. But Trump's instinct is to fight. He especially.
On this vote, the yeas are 228, the nays are 193. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose is the gentleman from New York
I
rise?
ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered. The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on January 15, 2020 at 11:18 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2547. With best wishes, I am, signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I write to respectfully tender my resignation as a member of the Committee on Financial Services. It has been an honor to serve in this capacity. Signed sincerely, Representative Peter T. King, Member of Congress.
Objection, the resignation.
Okay, we'll move forward as the House proceeds with other business. Amber Phillips is my guest here in the Washington Post studio. I'm Libby Casey, and we're bringing you these ceremonial steps, these procedural steps in the impeachment process all day long. We expect the articles of impeachment to be walked over to the Senate later today, and then the next step in the process would be the Senate receiving it. We would see the Chief Justice John Roberts, we see senators sworn in, and then we kind of hit the road running, Amber. We expect them to be in as many as 6 days a week, going through this process of hearing the evidence and essentially conducting a trial over in the Senate.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit like the House impeachment inquiry hearings. If you guys listen to those, it's going to be the Democrats making their case, similar information in a slightly more packaged format to senators, all 100 of them sitting there, surrendering their cell phones and can't talk. So they just it's like a jury in that sense. That is expected to start Tuesday, and then either before or after that. The rules aren't clear as I've read them about who goes first. The White House, we expect it to be 4 lawyers for the White House, one of whom, Pat Cipollone, is very close to the president and has his trust, will make some kind of case to defend President Trump from this. That whole process during the Clinton impeachment trial lasted days and days and days, if not weeks. That's because each side got 24 hours total, spread out over a couple days to make their case. And then senators had 16 hours to write questions, and you can imagine how time-consuming this is. Hand it to a clerk who hands it to the Chief Justice who reads the question, and then, either the defense or the prosecutors will answer it. There were more than 100 questions of those spread out over 16 hours. So I think back, Libby, to one of the House Judiciary Committee markups where they debated 2 articles of impeachment, and they knew this was going to get passed because Democrats control the majority, but it took 14 straight hours of debate over 2 days. We're going to see that on steroids over the next couple weeks. And then after all that, we're possibly 2 weeks in, maybe even the second week of February at this point, they'll take a vote. This is the most consequential vote. Do they decide to have witnesses? In the middle of all that, we're still not sure if a Trump ally, say Lindsey Graham or somebody, is going to do what the president has also wanted to happen, which is raise a motion to dismiss the trial completely. That's different than acquitting the president. That's saying, don't bother to listen to the evidence, just cancel the trial. You hear Senate Republicans powerfully push back on that. They feel like they're already taking hits. This is my analysis of why they're pushing back on that. They're already taking hits for not having witnesses and trying to keep this short. They don't want to be seen as just not holding their constitutionally duty to have a trial.
And then once again, Mitch McConnell at this point gets what he wants, which is acquittal of the president. So why mess with success at this point? Because we did see the president sort of push for this new idea to just dismiss the whole thing, and Leader McConnell sort of shut that down and said that's not what this body has the votes for.
That being said, Trump is the president, and he can be very fickle, and we could absolutely see him say, no, please insert this motion to dismiss.
Republican to try to introduce that.
And it's a majority vote to do that. So there, even though we might know how this goes, there could be some dramatic moments.
Let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill. So Rhonda, as we watch all of this happen today, what are you looking towards as the next steps and their significance?
That's right, Libby. We just saw, I just want to circle back on what we just saw in the passage of that resolution. That is going to be probably the final time that we see something impeachment related on the House floor as a piece of legislation. So in terms of the House's side of things on this, it's pretty much over. But I do want to highlight something that yesterday, when the documents and evidence were released on Lev Parnas's communication, the House Judiciary Committee and the chairman of the impeachment investigation did say in their letter that they are going to continue to investigate any of these things and will transmit that to the Senate and to the American people as they find things out. So this may not be over in terms of the actual investigative work into potential impeachable offenses of the president. And I think also going back to the really troubling comments about Ambassador Yovanovitch, that could be something too that a committee like the House Foreign Affairs Committee may look into a little bit more, because that also points to the security of our ambassadors. So I'm not sure if everything is over for the House in terms of things related to the impeachment, but in terms of actual legislation leaving the floor, this is pretty much it. We just saw the kind of closing of the book on that. I do want to tell you that the mood here, it is a very somber mood today. We are located in a building next to the Capitol with the rest of the media. I'm sure you see cameras behind me. And it is quiet. It is somber. I think people really are understanding that this is historical moment. In fact, we've had a few members of the public ask us where they could watch the walkthrough when that happened. So there's even public interest in seeing these moments in the next few hours. Libby?
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much joining us live from Capitol Hill. Appreciate all of your reporting. I'm here with Amber Phillips in the studio. Before we let you go, Amber, closing thoughts as we wrap up this phase of the process as these articles prepare to truly leave the House and go over to the Senate.
I'm going to contradict what I've been saying this whole time on your show, Libby, and say, even though we think we know how this goes, I think there's so many opportunities for surprises. We've seen nothing but surprises in this process. So I leave it open for the Senate trial to be quite, dramatic and made for TV.
All right, Amber, thank you so much, Amber Phillips. Let's take a look at the timeline of what will be happening over these next 24 hours and onward. The engrossment ceremony and transmission of impeachment articles, that's tonight at 5 o'clock. And then tomorrow we anticipate the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, swearing in the senators, a very solemn moment. Tuesday, we expect the impeachment trial to resume. Of course, Monday is Martin Luther King Day, and so this is a long weekend. The impeachment managers will, I'm sure, be hard at work over this weekend preparing for next week. Things really will kick into gear next week. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back here in just a little over 3 hours, because we'll be broadcasting that ceremony, that walkover of the articles from the House to the Senate. And I'll be joined here live in the studio by my Post colleagues, Rhonda Colvin, also James Hohman, Robert Costa, and Aaron Blake. Will bring you that process live as it unfolds this evening. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you for watching.
expert
know
witness that they can,
I
right?
don't know that
Or
they
his
can
expert
legally.
This is what an impeachment is about. The president violated his oath of office, undermined our national security, jeopardized the integrity of our elections, tried to use the appropriations process as his private ATM machine in order to advance his personal and political advantage. That is what the senators should be looking into. And they shouldn't be frivolous with the Constitution of the United States, even though the President of the United States has.
Welcome back to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. We're standing by for an engrossment ceremony for the articles of impeachment. Once that ceremony is finished, the House Clerk and the House Sergeant at Arms will begin a procession through Statuary Hall and the Capitol Rotunda over to the Senate to present the articles of impeachment to the Secretary of the Senate. Now, while this is a ceremonial event, it is also highly political. Joining me here in our Washington Post studio to talk about it, Rhonda Colvin, a reporter who's been covering this day in and day out on Capitol Hill. Also, Paul Soni, national senior political reporter, and also Aaron Blake, writer for The Fix. Thanks so much to all three of you for being here. Rhonda, I want to get your sense of this moment in history before we dive into a lot of the reporting that Paul has done and the analysis of Aaron. What was it like there on the Hill today?
On the Hill today, it was you could tell it was somber. Most people, we expected this, of course, this was on the agenda for today, but I think people were really taking stock of the fact that this is a historical moment. We have not really seen this before. We don't see it regularly. And I think this morning we started off with the impeachment managers being named by Speaker Pelosi. Then there was a lot of talk about what this means. And then, now we're anticipating this moment where the impeachment managers, those 7 who were named today, they're going to be physically walking over the articles to the Senate side. They're going to have to walk through the Capitol Rotunda and stop and give these items to the Secretary of the Senate. So there's been a lot of anticipation today, but it's also been very, very serious and somber over there.
Paul Soni, as a national security reporter, you were part of our team reporting last night and reporting today, digging more into this trove of documents that came out from the House Democrats last night involving Lev Parnas and involving Rudy Giuliani. What were the biggest takeaways from the information released?
Yeah, so probably the biggest takeaway was text messages that were exchanged between Lev Parnas, who was essentially working as a emissary of Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine. He's a Russian speaker. He was born in Odessa. But between him and Ukraine's top prosecutor, Yuri Lutsenko. And in those text messages, Yuri Lutsenko, who at the time of the text messages are taking place early last year, is still the top prosecutor in Ukraine, is essentially saying, I'm working on all of this stuff on Biden, but really you've got to get rid of the ambassador. I really don't like her. And it's kind of yet another, we've talked about a lot of quid pro quos in this situation. It's another sort of obvious quid pro quo where he is essentially saying, I'm digging into Biden, I have all this juicy stuff on Biden and on Burisma, the gas company where Biden's son was on the board. But really you've got to, if you could only get rid of this one fool for me, in his words. So that was pretty explosive. Other things that came out last night were text messages between Lev Parnas and an associate of his named Robert Hyde, who suggesting that possibly the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, was under surveillance. We are not sure if that is the case yet. Hyde has said that he's going to make a statement on that later today. A lot of people, including Yovanovitch's lawyer, have called for an investigation into that, whether that was in fact the case. The text messages certainly suggest that he is somehow surveilling her, but he also said that he was never in Ukraine and was never in Kiev. So this is sort of a new storyline to all of this that just emerged last night, and we don't really know where that's going. And then probably lastly, the big thing that came out last night was this letter that Rudy Giuliani wrote to Zelensky, the new president of Ukraine, who was elected in late April and was inaugurated in late May. And sort of what happened here was Giuliani and his associates felt like they had commitments from the Poroshenko people, the old president of Ukraine, including from Lutsenko, who was not only his close political ally, but his top prosecutor. And then the government changed. Poroshenko Poroshenko lost his re-election to Zelensky. Zelensky came in, and as Giuliani and his associates made entreaties to try to meet with them, they were rejected. They weren't able to secure the same kind of commitments that they were getting from the Poroshenko people. And so there's this letter that comes out last night where Giuliani says to Zelensky, "Hey, I want to meet you. I want to meet you on behalf of the President of the United States, who is my personal client. I have something to discuss with you," in reference, most likely, to Biden and the Burisma investigation.
Big question is, why are we learning this now?
Yeah, I mean, so this all comes from information that Lev Parnas handed over to the House impeachment inquiry. Initially, he was represented by John Dowd, who is an attorney who also previously represented President Trump. The line was that he wasn't able to comply with the subpoena that was given to him in time, and didn't produce any documents. And then suddenly he decided that he wanted to cooperate. He is also facing criminal charges in the Southern District of New York on campaign finance violations. And so all of this is clearly some sort of maneuver, possibly in order to help his standing in that case. But certainly, all of a sudden, he is going public. He has said he's going to be on Rachel Maddow tonight. He has handed over this information to the House, but it wasn't handed over earlier because of Lev Parnas. So what we're seeing here is, sort of the guy who was the closest to Giuliani throughout all of this kind of go public.
Aaron, what do members of the Senate, and of course the House, although it's moving on over to the Senate, what do they do with this information?
Well, it's tough. This is, I think we've all been asking ourselves, will the Senate allow testimony from John Bolton? At least John Bolton would be speaking to evidence that we already have. This stuff from Lev Parnas is related, certainly, but it's kind of a whole new avenue in this whole inquiry. The idea that that there was a quid pro quo involving Lutsenko and Yovanovitch. I think it's, we saw today, I thought were some really interesting comments from Susan Collins, the senator from Maine, Republican moderate, who of course is very central to the idea of the questions about what we're going to see in this Senate trial, because she will be a very important swing vote on this. She was asked about the Parnas stuff, and she asked pretty much the same question you asked, which is, why didn't we see this before? As Paul said, the answer to that question is because it was just turned over. She seemed to be suggesting that this had been held onto by Democrats or something. But I thought that her answer was very interesting because it kind of fell in line with how Republicans are talking about this, which is we're not just going to allow a whole bunch of new evidence willy-nilly just because it came out after the impeachment trial came, after the impeachment inquiry came to an end and the House actually impeached. She said, this stuff should have been part of the impeachment inquiry. If it was pertinent, they should have continued their investigation. So that makes me wonder how she's going to approach some of these other examples, like Bolton testifying, maybe other new witnesses testifying like Mick Mulvaney, or even just new documents being admitted, because these are all things that these senators are going to have to vote on. And really, her vote is entirely necessary if those things are going to be included.
Absolutely. I mean, it reminds me of that moment during the confirmation process for the Supreme Court justice, when Susan Collins was being watched very closely for sort of nuance, or what would she do, and she waited to the last moment to share how she planned to vote, and it was totally along the Republican Party lines. And her statement today to CNN really did seem to be like, this is the Democrats' fault, what are they thinking? And it's this has got to put Democrats in a tough spot, Paul, because their hands have been tied to some degree by what Lev Parnas has been willing to turn over.
Yeah, I mean, I think it raises a huge question as this whole process goes forward, which is, what else do we not know, right? There are so many people, as the Democrats have regularly pointed out, who have not cooperated with the inquiry, who have not handed over text messages, correspondence, who have not given testimony, and the proceedings in the House went pretty quickly, and so there is the prospect now. Not only is this information coming out from Lev Parnas, but also there's this sort of side criminal trial going on in the Southern District of New York, where also new information is coming out. This could all happen, as the Senate is making its decisions.
It's important to note, as of today, this is the day in which this is all completely out of Democrats' hands. They can push new information into the public sphere, but they have no control over how this process is now being handled. It is essentially being handled by Mitt Romney, by Lisa Murkowski, by Susan Collins, and they would need a fourth Republican, who we don't know who that would be, in order to cross over and give Democrats the amount of votes they need to basically do anything, to call any new witnesses, to admit any new documents. And there is some indication that they could get those votes. For instance, Lamar Alexander joined those three in saying we need to have these votes on new evidence, on new witnesses later in the process if those things are warranted. That was something where he was stepping outside of what every other Republican necessarily has been doing. But whether he's actually going to vote on any individual evidence or any individual witness is a completely separate question. And if you look closely at what these members are saying, you could see a scenario where we get to that point where they're suddenly voting on Bolton or on new documents, and they're saying the evidence that I've seen so far just isn't compelling enough to warrant this opening up this new, Pandora's box of new evidence. And that's why I'm voting against this. And if Republicans keep their troops in line, they can prevent anything new from being added to this pile of evidence.
Rhonda, how much was this new information being talked about on Capitol Hill today?
There was so much going on that I think people were addressing it as it was coming. A lot of members really weren't as briefed on this ahead of time, so there wasn't a lot of discussion. The main thing today was really the managers finding out who those people were. But to your point, you just raised a very interesting point about Collins and how this is sort of reminiscent of the Kavanaugh vote. And I've been thinking about that a lot because you're right, Senator Collins and Murkowski, they were really closely watching that vote, and they are now actually suffering some repercussions because of that vote back in their states. So
on both ways, in both directions.
Right.
Lisa Murkowski in terms of Republican pushback, Susan Collins by Democrats who really want to get her out of office now.
Right, exactly. So you have a lot of people who were a part of that vote, that very important and polarized vote, who will now be also trying to navigate this one too.
Paul, we only have a few more moments with you, and I want to get to the reporting that you did today. This relationship between Giuliani and his associates and Dmytro Firtash. I want people can go ahead and read the story because it really paints a picture of some of these relationships and why they're important. But I want you to give us like the headlines of what the focal point here is.
I think the big two things that I think this kind of reporting raises, and it's a story that shows the entreaties that Giuliani made to people around Firtash. He had two meetings, one in Paris in May of last year, one in London of June of last year with associates of Firtash. And it kind of shows the lengths he is willing to go to in order to get the information that he thinks is helpful to the president. Again, it also highlights there are all of these things we don't know. The Democrats and Republicans in the Senate are going into a vote on whether the president should be impeached without the full picture of what the president's personal lawyer was doing in Ukraine and was doing with his associates on these exact events that are at the center of the discussion and the vote. So that's a hard situation to be in.
As Giuliani has continued to try to travel to Ukraine or push for information that he believes exists or that he wants people to believe he believes exists, how does that complicate President Trump's situation? I mean, it definitely feels like this sort of doubling down, this like high energy, high octane doubling down is very much in the style of President Trump himself. But what does it really do ultimately?
I mean, I think it complicates in some ways the votes of Republican senators in the sense that they have to think that what else is out there? After I vote against convicting the president in this trial, is something else going to come out that really makes it seem like that wasn't a really good vote? Vice versa on the Democrats' part, it makes it seem like, oh well, there's maybe some more smoking gun evidence out there that really could finally sort of break the dam in the Senate, and so it's sort of the shaky ground that the whole process is moving forward on, and I don't think this will be the last sort of new big piece of information that comes out between now and when that vote takes place.
As Lev Parnas goes on MSNBC tonight and does an interview, what will you be watching and listening for?
Yeah, I think everyone is interested in his interactions with top Ukrainian officials. One of the things that came out in the documents last night is that he was not only talking to the top prosecutor in Ukraine, he was talking to the interior minister, he was talking to aides around the new president. Certainly he was having a lot of contact. I think a lot of people are interested in what money changed hands. We know, for example, that while Rudy Giuliani said he didn't do much with Firtash ended up paying Lev Parnas for translating. And then also there were payments from a lawyer for Firtash, totaling $1 million last year to Parnas's wife. So money, what money changed hands, and why. And then I think just more around what was happening in Ukraine and with Ukrainian officials during all of these key moments that were high points of the impeachment saga that played out in the House testimony last year.
Aaron, Lev Parnas's lawyer has been pushing for him to sort of get some airtime, get some attention, right? He's been like tweeting these hashtags of like "Let Lev speak" and stuff like that. There's a little bit of like circus atmosphere to that. There's also, I would guess, some strategy on their part as he faces legal repercussions. But if you strip away a lot of that sort of like noise and chaos, how important is someone like Lev Parnas?
Well, I just keep thinking back to all the characters that we've seen go through these legal dramas over the past 3 years. I mean, Michael Flynn's legal situation has taken a whole bunch of turns over the years, and now he's withdrawing his guilty plea. Roger Stone was certainly one of the more interesting criminal defendants that we've seen in a long time. And then what Lev Parnas is doing, I think we're all trying to figure out kind of what his end game is. He's somewhat taking on the role of a cooperating witness with the government without actually having an agreement in place. You know, is that a wise strategy? Is he just kind of hoping for the best by getting all this stuff out there? I don't know many criminal defense attorneys who maybe would advise their client to go on Rachel Maddow's show and have an extended conversation necessarily. He is under indictment, let's not forget that. You know, I think it's, you know, it may not ultimately amount to a whole lot, but I think we saw in the documents that the House released on Wednesday night, or on Tuesday night rather, this is a guy who is very involved in these things and could have very significant information if he winds up being a credible witness and if it winds up being the right kind of information.
Paul, if you were able to bring witnesses to testify before Congress, who would you still want to hear from at this point?
I think everyone wants to hear from the inner circle around the president in the White House. Mick Mulvaney, John Bolton, those were some of the voices that we really didn't hear during the House testimony, and there are serious questions about what they knew and when about this effort to pressure Ukraine to cooperate in these investigations. So I think they are certainly high on the list. And then, you know, I think Lev Parnas, people I think are probably potentially more interested in what text messages and documents and contemporaneous evidence he has than testimony, because I think there's a little bit more known about what was happening, what Giuliani was doing in Ukraine over the course of last year than what was happening in the Oval Office at the White House at certain moments, which really is a black box. And so I think those are probably Mike Pompeo would be, you know, the other one.
Yeah, I mean, if we got to pick anybody out of this whole grab bag of people involved in this who would testify, and this will never happen because he's in Ukraine, Andrei Yermak, the top Zelensky aide who was dealing directly with the likes of Volker and Sondland, certainly he would have a window into how much of a quid pro quo existed, how direct it was. He has kind of downplayed the idea that any of those things existed, but if I could put him on the stand, hypothetically speaking, it'll never happen, but you know, there are lots of people like that who we'd like to see who probably won't wind up taking the stand.
Rhonda, President Trump, would you want to see him on the stand?
You know, yes, I think that would make some things lively if he were to come to the Senate trial. But also Mulvaney, I believe one of you might have mentioned it, but Mulvaney is also being talked about as someone that everyone wants to hear.
And key for a couple of reasons. One, because of his relationship with OMB, so his knowledge there, but also, of course, his position now.
There's an argument to be made that Mulvaney is a much more significant witness than John Bolton is. John Bolton just happens to be the guy who seems to be motivated to like actually give some information, whereas Mulvaney would probably be in the mold of some of these witnesses who maybe are more directly involved and might know about something you know, more problematic, but is going to spin things in the most positive direction, not least because he is directly involved in it and has been, a significant figure in all this.
Aaron Blake, senior political reporter for The Fix. Thank you. Paul Soni, national security reporter. Thanks so much to you as well. Rhonda is sticking with us, so we'll say goodbye to the two of you. Rhonda, as we look over here and see this view inside the U.S. Capitol building, what are you going to be watching for? So much of this is ceremonial. We do know what to expect to some degree.
Right, to some degree. That's very
but
important.
What are you going to be watching for over the next half an hour or so?
You know, this is an opportunity for us to see some of the structure that is involved with the with Congress, with the legislature. This is very highly ritualized. This is not something that you're going to see every day. We usually don't see a lot of ritual in Congress unless it's a state funeral or the State of the Union. But today we're going to see something that is a part of the rules. In fact, I had a conversation with a colleague who said, why don't they just email these? That would be more efficient. Why are we actually physically walking this over? And it's because it's a part of the rules. And it also marks how important this is and how serious an impeachment trial is. So what this really means right now when they do this walkover, there are going to be a lot of cameras stationed in the Capitol Rotunda while they're doing this, and to capture that moment. It's more about history, because after this, what's going to happen is the Senate is then going to schedule these House managers to come, and we are hearing that it will pretty much be for sure tomorrow, come and address the articles and read the articles in their entirety. But that's up to the Senate right now. They don't have to do it immediately. It's up to them to schedule when they want these managers there.
I love that you said pretty much sure. I mean, that's sort of the working phrase for this whole week, because the timing has really been a mystery. I feel like you've sort of seen some of the conflict and tension play out between Speaker Pelosi and Leader McConnell in the inability to even get a sense of when things were going to happen. And so, we just heard McConnell's office basically say they will receive the articles tomorrow.
Right.
And that raised questions to me of like, well, what does that mean? Does that mean that these impeachment managers will get to the door of the Senate, knock, and be turned away?
Out? Yeah.
I mean,
that would be interesting. I don't know if that will happen, but what this is now McConnell's team is sort of exercising their muscle, saying the ball's in our court right now. As soon as this walkover happens,
you flexed your muscle all these weeks.
Right.
Now we're flexing.
We're going to determine the next few steps and when things are scheduled.
All right, well, I'd like to welcome James Hohmann to the table. Thank you so much, author of The Daily 202. Great to have you here, James. There really are, as it just sort of seems to be the news cycle these days, so many different things jockeying for our attention right now. In the last 24 hours alone, we saw a presidential debate. We saw this ceremonial and procedural step go forward over in the House as these articles of impeachment are advanced. And then we saw all of this news coming out about Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani. If you're a member of Mitch McConnell's team, if you're a Republican in the Senate, where is your mind right now?
I think that's great news. They would love to not be talking about impeachment. There was a conference call that the White House had a couple of hours ago where they said, we hope to get this wrapped up in less than 2 weeks. We want to get this over with. We hope it's done by the State of the Union. Senate Republicans telling us that that's wishful thinking, that that's not going to happen. But they, television and Twitter didn't exist when they wrote these rules. The same rules that they're using now about when they're receiving, and we can talk about the nomenclature. These are the same rules that were used when Andrew Johnson's impeachment trial happened in 1868. And so, the news cycle's a lot faster now than it was then. And I think what it means is that unlike 1868 or 1999 or 1974 when there wasn't a trial, that our attention is going to be scattered and fragmented. There's linkages between each of those stories, Libby, that you mentioned. One is, the Democratic senators, 4 of them are running for president, and they're going to be here starting next Tuesday in earnest, where they have to be here by 1 p.m. every day. They only get Sundays off, so that impacts their campaigning in Iowa this weekend. They're all kind of doing what they see as their last sprint of events before they sort of have to come back to Washington. Lev Parnas is sort of one of the wild cards in this whole process. It'll be fascinating to see what he says on Rachel Maddow's show tonight, but also what comes out of this. Evidence tends to beget more evidence, and so is there going to be more pressure for him to get called as a witness, or for he still is facing indictment? Could he give something up more if he got immunity? These are the kinds of things we're going to see. So they're in some ways, this pomp and circumstance is very prescribed now, but in other ways, there's still a lot that makes it quite unpredictable.
tell us about what you'll be watching for this evening, and then how the action and the drama really moves over to the Senate, what you'll be watching for as things kick off over the course of tomorrow and then heading into next week.
Yeah, Libby, so the big news today is who these 7 Democrats that are going to be presenting the impeachment case are. Now, we're not going to hear them give any speeches tonight. We will hear them tomorrow. And I think some of the names are interesting. It's also interesting to see who got passed over. Some of these people aren't well-known figures. So Justin Amash, the Republican turned independent who voted for impeachment, a lot of House Democrats wanted him to be one of the managers. Pelosi didn't choose him. Also getting passed over to very kind of ambitious, hard-driving guys who are on the House Judiciary Committee, Eric Swalwell, who ran for president and dropped out, and also Jamie Raskin from the Maryland suburbs here. Both wanted to be impeachment managers, got passed over. It's a diverse mix of people by gender and by race. One of the names that's interesting, someone that hasn't been involved in the impeachment process at all until now, is Jason Crow. I actually did a big profile of him in 2018. He defeated a Republican incumbent in the Denver suburbs. He's someone that served in the Army. He was a lawyer in Denver, but he isn't on the House Intelligence or Judiciary Committees. He's the youngest. He's also the only person of the 7 who's from a competitive district, which is sort of interesting that he's willing to take this on. Clearly doesn't see impeachment as a big political, loser. So he's someone that's going to be interesting to watch in this process. So I think kind of how some of these new faces that we haven't been watching for the last couple months handle and acquit themselves on this big stage will be interesting to watch. I was just watching some other feeds. Trent Lott, who was the Senate Republican leader during the Clinton impeachment, has gone and is standing there at the Senate watching, waiting to watch this process we're all watching to unfold. And it is a reminder that even for people who are kind of grizzled Washington veterans, this is history. This is a historic moment. And even if it's pomp and circumstance, even if it's sort of predictable, this is really history taking place.
Rhonda, I love how you talked earlier about what it was like to be in the room when Speaker Pelosi filed in this morning with her team, flanked by these impeachment managers, and you gave this great description of how, she's sort of talking about what everyone was really doing in the room was looking at their faces, figuring out who everyone was, and making sure everyone, you knew their bios. Who were you surprised by? I know you were surprised by Congressman Crow. Who else were you surprised by?
When I look back, I don't really think it was all that surprising when you look at sort of the strategy of why she might have picked those people. Representative Crow was a little bit of a wild card.
I think especially because he's not on any of those committees.
Right.
And as you point out, James, he is like in that frontline district. Like we didn't really necessarily know if anyone up for a contentious House seat would want to be touched by this.
Right. Val Demings maybe was a little bit of a surprise, but she is on both the Judiciary and Intelligence Committee. She's only 3 members or only have that distinction. That's Swalwell and also the Republican from Texas. I'm forgetting his name right now, but he is also on the Intelligence and Judiciary. Thank you, John Ratcliffe. Those 3 have been privy to information that both of those committees have had, so she is coming to this with a lot of knowledge, depth of knowledge on the Mueller report and some of the investigations the House has done.
And sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, because Val Demings did a fantastic job. From talking to Democratic leadership aides, they just thought she was crisp in her questioning. She was super effective on the Intelligence Committee and on the Judiciary Committee. And she also, the law enforcement background there, I think really does matter.
Impressive.
I mean, that's what this is, this is, the president has been accused of not necessarily violating a criminal statute, but of abusing his power. Having run a police department, I think really gives you a lot of credibility.
I just want to pause this for a moment. You can see the articles of impeachment right there. So we're going to continue to bring this to you, and we'll pause in our conversation as we see moments that we'll know you won't want to miss, that we want to draw your attention to, that you want to focus on. All of the cameras and reporters there around those articles of impeachment. I mean, there is this real formality to this that does remind us of the gravity of this situation, James. And as you said, I mean, it does not do the president favors, in a sense, to pay attention to this, because it does bring home the fact that he has been impeached. I mean, this president of the United States is one of the very few in history to have been impeached by the House. And as we see this sort of historic and very measured process go forward, it's a reminder of the gravity of that and how that is part of the president's now historic legacy.
Absolutely. And it, 3 different Senate Democratic candidates who are running against Republican incumbents in competitive races this year each released anti-corruption plans today. And I think that what that illustrates is the saliency of these issues. So even if we can stipulate that the president is almost certain to be acquitted at the end of this process, what it shows is, these are issues that are being brought to the fore. You mentioned that it's hard to break through in this environment, so fragmented, so much else to pay attention to. Sometimes there's so many facts that it's hard to follow them all. But I think that at a gut level, a lot of Americans, even if they support the president, sort of feel like something doesn't smell right here. And I think one of the things Democrats want to achieve, and one of the reasons they chose these managers, is to try to break through, to make that case. This is, at this point, we're in an election year. It's 2020, and so this is history. This is the oath that they're going to take, I guess tomorrow, from John Roberts. It's not a politician's oath; it's a judge's oath. It's a juror's oath, which is that I'm going to be in an impartiality oath, and so all those things, kind of that mix of politics and really a sacred sworn oath coming together in this process of transmission from the House to the Senate.
Let's bring Robert Costa into our conversation, national political reporter. Thank you for joining us, Bob. What's going through your mind as you watch this process unfold this evening? There is so much procedure, there is so much ceremony involved, and yet we see transfers that are so significant in terms of the politics. This goes out of control of the House Democrats over to the Republicans, and also obviously the changeover from the way the House comports itself to the way the Senate is thought to act and expected to act, Bob.
So I'm a few minutes late because I was just at the U.S. Senate, and that's where this story is going. And I was meeting with some sources there, some people who are really familiar with the process, as we say as reporters. And it's going to be fascinating to watch over the coming weeks how exactly this trial plays out. The way it's explained to me by people on both sides is there's going to be two phases. There's a phase one where the managers make their case. And then after that phase is over, after kind of the opening arguments, they are going to have to make a decision about witnesses. And this happened, as we saw in 1999 with the Clinton trial. And that's going to be, to me as a reporter, possibly the most contentious moment. Will the Senate allow witnesses or not? And at the moment, the debate is, sure, Democrats want Ambassador Bolton to testify, but would they be willing to make a deal in exchange for Hunter Biden or Joe Biden? The other key target in my reporting right now is what is going to be the White House argument? Because if this trial plays out and begins as we expect it to, the White House is going to have an opportunity, 24 hours, probably not going to use that amount of time.
And let's just say that's not 24 hours in one cycle. That's
Right.
they get 24 hours. We have a warning here of time coming up, but I do want to finish your sentence, Bob, because this is so important. This is so true.
And so we saw in the House different kinds of arguments from Republicans. Some said that the president may have been improper, but it was not illegal. Others said the whole process was a sham, so they don't even want to pay attention to it. It was a House Republican argument in defense of the president. Now the president's lawyers, Jay Sekulow, the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, are going to have to make a case for President Trump. What exactly are they going to say? We haven't heard much from the White House about whether they will argue, for example, that Burisma needed to be investigated, and they're going to maybe give a whole detailed case on Burisma and Vice President Biden. Or are they just going to say the president never had the intent to do anything but just investigate, and he's transactional in all things? Because this matters not just in terms of the president's future. He's likely to be acquitted based on my reporting at the moment, but it's going to matter for the 2020 presidential campaign. What's the argument the White House is making just less than a year before the election?
We saw Speaker Pelosi and the House impeachment managers making their way through, so we will see them come out momentarily. And so much of this is about the visuals. And Speaker Pelosi wanted a diverse group of people, diverse in so many ways, but including just in representing the strong diversity of her caucus and not being, 13 white men as we saw during the Clinton impeachment process. And she chose these people, these impeachment managers, she said, because of their ability to litigate and their ability to get to the truth, and be able to present in arguments essentially in a courtroom setting. Let's go now to listen to Speaker Pelosi and these impeachment managers.
Good afternoon, my colleagues. As you know, on December 18th, the House of Representatives upheld its constitutional duty and voted articles of impeachment against the President of the United States, Donald Trump. He said in the course of the debate that he did not uphold his oath of office to protect, preserve, and defend the Constitution of the United States. The President takes a special oath, a little different from the congressional oath. In fact, he takes an oath that was taken by President George Washington, the patriarch of our country, in front of whose picture we stand here. So sad, so tragic for our country that the actions taken by the President to undermine our national security, to violate his oath of office, and to jeopardize the security of our elections, the integrity of our elections, has taken us to this place. So today, we will make history. When we walk down, when the managers walk down the hall, we will cross a threshold in history, delivering articles of impeachment against the President of the United States for abuse of power and obstruction of the House. As we make that history, we will be making progress for the American people, progress in support of our Constitution, progress in honor of the sacrifice and the vision of our founders, progress in honor of the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform, and progress for the future of our children. Make it be very clear that this president will be held accountable, that no one is above the law, and that no future president should ever entertain the idea that Article 2 says that he can do whatever he wants. And so with that, I will sign the resolution transmitting the articles of impeachment to the Senate, which will be delivered by our managers, of whom I'm very proud. When they bring this over, we'll set in motion a process on the Senate side. Probably tomorrow, I don't know their schedule, but it may be as soon as tomorrow. The senators will take an oath of office. They will take a special oath of office to do impartial judges and do impartial justice according to the Constitution and the laws. Let's hope that they uphold that oath that they take tomorrow. And so now I'm very honored to be here with our 6 chairmen who worked so hard to help us uphold the Constitution with their legislating, their investigating, their litigating. You know the chairman of the Judiciary Committee is part of the managers, Jerry Nadler, Mr. Schiff, the distinguished chairman of the Intelligence Committee, House Select Committee on Intelligence, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, the chair of the Financial Services Committee, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, Madam Chair of the Oversight Committee, Congressman, Mr. Chairman Elliot Engel of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and Richie Neal, Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. We thank them for all of their difficult work, and we honor our darling Elijah Cummings, who said, when one day we were dancing with the angels, what would we say about what we did at this difficult time in our country's history? And then I'm very proud that Mr. Nadler and Mr. Schiff are part of our managers, but I want to acknowledge our other managers who are with us, a freshman member, but I shouldn't say freshman. They've been here 1 year, accomplished great things. Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado. Where are we? Congresswoman Val Demings of the state of Florida. Congresswoman Garcia of Texas. Were we all here? Where's Hakeem? Hakeem, our distinguished chair of our caucus, Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Is that everybody? And Zoe Lofgren. This is Zoe's 3rd impeachment. She For the Nixon impeachment, she was a staffer for a Judiciary Committee member, Don Edwards of California. She was a member of the Judiciary Committee during the Clinton impeachment, and in her own right, a member of the Judiciary Committee, and now a member of the Judiciary, chair of House Administration, which oversees elections, important to all of this, and a manager. So with that, I thank them all for their leadership and their service, and I'm now going to proceed to sign the articles. Makes a funny signature, but it does give us a lot of pens. Say the clerk of the House will lead the way to the Senate side with our
Speaker Pelosi passing out the pens used to sign these articles of impeachment to the team gathered around her. These are the impeachment managers as well as heads of committee. Speaker Pelosi saying herself it makes her a sort of a funny signature, but she gets all those pens used. If you're wondering why she was taking such time there, of course, these pens go down in history, James, as part of this moment.
Nancy Pelosi, it kind of occurred to me as she was talking, remember for more than a year how reluctant she was to come to this point. She did not want to do impeachment. She resisted it and resisted it. You know, on our website, we had a kind of a running whip count of how many of her members were publicly calling for an impeachment inquiry into the president. And now this is indelibly linked to her legacy as Speaker of the House. She clearly owns it. She clearly does see it. She said we're crossing a threshold of history. What was funny is, she made that joke about the pens at the end. I think, the night on December 18th, when the House voted to impeach the president, some of her members started to kind of cheer when that vote happened, and she shushed them and pointed at them. And so, she wants this to be as serious as possible. And then you kind of saw some of the levity creep in at the end of that ceremony, which is, that sometimes this pomp and circumstance can feel a little bit silly, but she clearly was trying to project, and she was joined, by the 6 chairmen who were involved, and then 2 of whom were among the 7 trial managers. All of them clearly got the memo to be serious. Even as she was telling some jokes there at the end, they didn't laugh, and that's very much what the Democrats are trying to project, that this is serious business, and this is abuse of power. This is the as Nancy Pelosi said, so sad. That was not on her script, unlike a lot of the stuff at the beginning.
Rhonda, what happens next?
Well, what happens next is we're about to see them come out of the Rayburn room where they just were. So that's around the corner of Statuary Hall and Will Rogers, where a lot of media usually set up to do camera shots. So they're going to walk through. Some people at home may be familiar with those surroundings because this is where we usually do have media for State of the Union. There are statues from every state around there. They're going to walk that through toward the Senate and meet in the Capitol Rotunda, where they're going to pass off this legislation to the Secretary of the Senate. And then from there, we know that McConnell will schedule time for those House managers to talk in a Senate proceeding tomorrow, foreseeably tomorrow, about the impeachment and read the articles in length.
Okay, and then what will you be looking for tomorrow? Because this is the first chance we'll see, presumably, to see the Chief Justice over here in the Senate as part of this impeachment process.
Yeah, I am really interested and fascinated to see how the decorum in the Senate is going to change the dynamic of this impeachment. With the House side, with all of these public hearings, there was a lot of political theater. Members aren't going to get a chance to do much talking during the Senate side. We're going to hear a lot of Old English terms being used. We're going to hear ye from Chief Justice Roberts. It's going to look a lot different from what we have seen in the House, and how that changes these impeachment proceedings. That's going to be interesting to me.
Bob, talk to us about the dynamics at play for Republicans in the Senate right now versus the Democrats in the Senate right now.
Well, most of the senators at the moment are in lockstep with their own parties. Democrats like Doug Jones from Alabama, who's up for re-election this year, they have some tough choices to make. It's hard to see Senator Jones breaking from the Democrats based on my conversations with Democratic senators. But Senator Manchin, Senator Jones, and a few others are more moderate. On the Republican side, the real tension right now is between the moderates like Senator Collins, Murkowski, Senator Romney. Some would question the term moderate, but at least they're more centrist than some of their colleagues, versus the conservative hardliners who are pushing to have the reciprocity when it comes to witnesses, Hunter Biden in exchange for Bolton. Senator Cruz would essentially be the leader, or one of them, on the conservative side, who's talking to Leader McConnell and saying, make sure if you make a rules package, it has some conservative demands. And then you have the White House, who are weighing into this process in a real way in their conversations with Republican senators.
Yeah, I want to point out before I get to my next question, we were seeing there a lot of reporters and staffers moving along. We saw our own Mike DeBonis, one of them going through. So what's happening now is sort of this like shepherding and movement, so everyone can be in a position or out of the way as this process happens. Bob, I just wonder how realistic it is to expect some of these Republican senators to step out and to be willing to call for anything ranging from witnesses to specific witnesses. What kind of bargaining is going on behind the scenes with some of those more moderate members?
Well, look at that. The articles of impeachment going right across the Capitol. There's Will Rogers.
That's the clerk of the House carrying them across the way.
And this is kind of what Speaker Pelosi wanted, a solemn procession. Part of the reason, it's unfortunate as a reporter to not have reporters be allowed to be at every step of this.
Right.
But when you talk to House Democrats and ask why are you making all these restrictions on the press, their whole strategy is to be seen as solemn, to not have it be a Klieg-light frenzy as they move chamber to chamber.
I want to get back to the senators, but let's pause here and just keep talking about this moment. You know, there has been a real outcry from journalistic organizations and journalists, Rhonda, at the lack of press ability in this moment, but also as we look towards the coming days over on the Senate side.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a little tighter on the Senate side than what we experienced on the House. That also is because of space. There aren't many places where you can go live or approach members with cameras on the Senate side. So that's going to be very interesting too. And also when we see the floor action in the Senate chamber during the trial, during the Clinton trial, it was allowed that only one camera would be on the person speaking. So you're not going to see a lot of wide shots or see what members are doing while someone is speaking. So there are going to be a lot of restrictions that we didn't have on the House side when we get to the Senate.
Real quick, what they're walking by right now is the old Senate chamber on their right, where the Capitol used to stop. That would be the Senate side. A lot of tours will stop right there at the old Senate chamber, but you can't go right past, because right where they're walking at the moment, to their left, is Leader McConnell's office, where he has all of these private meetings, and that's where he works day to day on the left. And to the right is the old Senate chamber, and then to the right, where they just walked, is where senators have lunch every Tuesday and talk through strategy.
James, what's going through your mind right now as you watch this process?
You know, the ball really is going into McConnell's court. Nancy Pelosi's work here is done, and I think you know, Pelosi has signed these and sent them off. Obviously, she has a lot of control. Maybe has bad connotations, but these are her allies. These are her people. These are the people that she handpicked. But there's a reason that she held on to these articles for a month, which is that she realizes this is Mitch McConnell's chamber. McConnell is a strong leader. McConnell keeps his members in line. Yes, there are moderates, you know, that relative to the conservative hardliners.
But there's no Jeff Flake anymore.
Right.
Where's the senator who's actually going out there and saying, no more, I'm breaking with President Trump? It's all around the edges.
Exactly. Yeah, Bob Corker's gone. You know,
They're gone.
And even, you know, Susan Collins is up for re-election. Even today, she was quite critical of the Lev Parnas evidence, kind of saying why, you know, this shows the House didn't do their job, sounding sort of like a much more traditional pro-Trump Republican.
And she's conservative. She voted for Justice Kavanaugh.
She did.
Justice Kavanaugh.
From the Senate, the House has passed H.Res. 798, a resolution appointing and authorizing managers for the impeachment trial of Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The message will be received.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that pursuant to Rule 1 of the Rules and Procedure and Practice, when sitting on impeachment trials, the Secretary of the Senate informed the House of Representatives that the Senate is ready to receive the managers appointed by the House for the purpose of exhibiting articles of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States, agreeably to the notice communicated to the Senate. Further, that at the hour of 12 noon on Thursday, January 16, 2020, the Senate will receive the managers on the part of the House of Representatives in order that they may present and exhibit the articles of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
Is there any objection? If not, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that pursuant to Rules 3 and 4 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice, when sitting on impeachment trials, that at the hour of 2 p.m. on Thursday, January 16, 2020, the Senate proceed to the consideration of the articles of impeachment, and that the presiding officer, through the Secretary of the Senate, notify the Chief Justice of the United States of the time and place fixed for consideration of the articles and request his attendance as presiding officer pursuant to Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the U.S. Constitution.
Is there any objection? So ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that the presiding officer be authorized to appoint a committee of senators, 2 upon the recommendation of the majority leader and 2 upon the recommendation of the Democratic leader, to escort the Chief Justice into the Senate chamber. I further ask consent that the Secretary of the Senate be directed to notify the House of Representatives of the time and place fixed for the Senate to proceed upon the impeachment of Donald John Trump in the Senate chamber.
Is there any objection? If not, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that access to the Senate wing, the Senate floor, and the Senate chamber galleries during all of the proceedings involving the exhibition of consideration of the articles of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States, and all times that the Senate is sitting in trial with the Chief Justice of the United States presiding, be in accordance with the allocations and provisions I now send to the desk, and I ask that it be printed in the record.
Is there objection? If not, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRS 471 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 471, authorizing the taking of a photograph in the chamber of the United States Senate.
Is there objection to proceeding to the consideration? Without objection, then the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, for the information of all senators, a few minutes ago, the Senate was notified that the House of Representatives is finally ready to proceed with their articles of impeachment. So by unanimous consent, we have just laid some of the groundwork that will structure the next several days. We've officially invited the House managers to come to the Senate tomorrow at noon to exhibit their articles of impeachment. Then later tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m., the Chief Justice of the United States will arrive here in the Senate. He will be sworn in by the President pro tem, Senator Grassley. Then the Chief Justice will swear in all of us senators. We'll pledge to rise above the petty factionalism and do justice for our institutions, for our states, and for the nation. And then we will formally notify the White House of our pending trial and summon the President to answer the articles and send his counsel. So the trial will commence in earnest on Tuesday. But first, Mr. President, some important good news for the country. We anticipate the Senate will finish the USMCA tomorrow and send this landmark trade deal to President Trump for his signature. A major victory for the administration, but more importantly, for American families. So let me close with this. This is a difficult time for our country, but this is precisely the kind of time for which the framers created the Senate. I'm confident this body can rise above short-termism and factional fever and serve the long-term best interest of our nation. We can do this, and we must.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
And with that, the articles of impeachment are in the hands of the United States Senate. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Let's go over what we just saw there. The clerk of the House, Cheryl Johnson, carried the articles over from the House to the Senate. She was escorted by the Sergeant at Arms as well as the House impeachment managers. And then they were received in the Senate. We saw Chuck Grassley there sitting up at the top presiding over this. He's Senate pro temp. That means he's the longest serving senator in the party in power, the Republican senator. So that's why he has that honor and distinction of sitting up there tonight. I'll bring in my panel here for some wrap-up thoughts. Rhonda Colvin, James Hohmann, and Robert Costa. Mitch McConnell did not want this day to come, Bob. He did not hope to be here. What are his goals, though, now for the next couple of weeks?
You saw Leader McConnell in those remarks use the term factional fever, and he's trying to cast himself in this partisan time as a Senate leader who's going to rise above partisanship. His critics would say that's a tough argument for him to make because he's been pretty partisan himself, but he believes in the institution of the Senate, and he's going to cool what's been happening in the House, an impeachment measure. It's just fascinating as someone who loves history, and I know you do too, James, and you all do too, to see Grassley there. Senator Grassley elected to the House in 1974, right after Richard Nixon resigns from office in the whole mood of Watergate. He's later elected to the Senate. He's been in the Congress since the 70s. And you have McConnell, who was an intern in the Senate in the 1960s, along with his good friend from Tennessee, Senator Lamar Alexander, a key person right now as they negotiate the rules. And these people have been around a long time. As Speaker Pelosi said, there are many people who have lived through the Clinton impeachment trial in 1999. And so you right now have McConnell in tight grip of his conference. I don't see any significant cracks at this moment, but as anyone who studies history, and these senators will tell you, you don't really know how this is going to play out. There are curveballs every day. Lev Parnas speaking out. New evidence could color the whole theme of this trial, even as the trial itself is focused on certain issues.
And what you saw from McConnell were, I think, two things that were really notable. Over the weekend, the president tweeted, Republicans should just dismiss these charges, vote it down. McConnell pushed back on that pressure, and it's hard. He's up for re-election this year in a state where the president is more popular than he is. McConnell trying to, make it look like he's taking this seriously, and that's why they didn't have kind of I move to dismiss these articles as, as unserious or whatever. The second thing that McConnell said that was really interesting is the Senate's going to finish USMCA tomorrow, and then he went out of his way to say that's a big accomplishment for this administration. And what's interesting is you also saw Nancy Pelosi during her brief speech say, we've accomplished so much. It's hard to describe Jason Crow as a freshman because he's been here more than a year and we've already done a lot of meaningful things. What that is on both parties, Democrats and Republicans, trying to sort of convey to voters, we're focused on the people's business. We're not kind of distracted by partisan games. We're doing things that matter. Pelosi says we're defending the Constitution to, look out for the troops. McConnell saying we're still, confirming judges, we're ratifying treaties, we're passing bills, even though we're focused on impeachment. And I think that's going to be the balancing act that you're going to try to see from both sides over the next few days.
Rhonda.
Yeah, balancing act is really accurate. At one point that was said earlier, I believe Bob brought it up, Doug Jones, I talked to him at length on Monday to talk about what his perspective is, what is he doing to prepare. He's one of the most vulnerable senators right now, and he said he is not willing to go one way or the other right now. He really wants to see how these proceedings work out. And I think a lot of those who are in those vulnerable spots, that's what they're thinking now. They're probably day to day thinking of how to navigate this impeachment trial. So what we know now is tomorrow at noon, the House managers are going to go to the House chamber, or the Senate chamber, and then at 2, Chief Justice will be sworn in, and then on Tuesday we're going to start, as McConnell said, in earnest with the trial.
Yeah. This, of course, impacts those senators who are running for president. It also just affects the national gaze and the conversation around the race for the White House in 2020. Bob, besides the obvious of, okay, these Democratic senators who are running for president are going to be stuck to Washington, what else is going to impact the race right now?
It's actually hard to see how the trial could really change the dynamics ahead of the Iowa caucus. There aren't many cracks in the Democratic Party about strategy. There's a belief in most Democratic circles that Speaker Pelosi is the de facto leader of the party, and breaking with her in any way is a political risk and probably something, if you're politically ambitious, you shouldn't do. So you don't see people challenging her in any way, especially those who are running for president. At this point, you have Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, Senator Klobuchar have all been supportive of impeaching President Trump, possibly removing him from office. But they're going to be in a tricky position a little bit because this is not a legal trial. It's a political exercise in some ways. But you're supposed to be an impartial juror. As Senator Graham has said, he doesn't see himself as an impartial juror. Politics hangs over everything. The Senate Democrats, many of them, are ready to vote against President Trump and remove him from office as soon as they could. But this is a quiet process. You're not supposed to have your phone or an iPad. You're supposed to listen to the arguments made by the House managers. So in this 24/7 chaotic media and political age, we're going to be a little bit Luddite-like in the coming weeks. It's going to be slow, institutional, a trial without much going on in terms of fireworks. In fact, I believe, based on the rules and the way this has been done in the past, senators can't even really ask questions vocally. They have to write questions, almost like you do at a show where you put a question in a fishbowl and then hope Chief Justice Roberts asks the managers your question.
Yeah, that's exactly it. When I talked to Doug Jones, he said someone's going to have to strap him to his chair because he's not used to not being able to ask something as a former prosecutor. So yes, they're going to have to write down their questions.
So many strong personalities in
right,
that room.
right.
Yeah.
And maybe they're going to be
lawyers.
able, right, lawyers. Maybe they're going to be able to kind of sneak under the radar a
Maybe
little
they
bit.
can still tweet, though.
Yeah, maybe, but they won't have phones. Yeah, when they get back to their office.
Yeah, Twitter will go crazy the minute they're released. James, how much anxiety is there on behalf of these senators who are going to be sort of bound and tethered to Washington? I mean, it really seems like even in the primary states, the national story has taken on local character and flavor and local contours. I mean, I hear so much of like your reporting, Dave Weigel's reporting coming out of primary states. It's less about like ethanol subsidies and more about like the national landscape. So the eyes of Iowa may certainly be turned to what's happening here in the Senate, but how much anxiety are these candidates feeling?
Publicly, they insist none. Privately, they admit a fair amount, just because it is unpredictable. You know, they want the race in Iowa is a three-way tie for first with Elizabeth Warren a little bit behind in fourth. It could go any way. Any of those four people could win in 19 days. And so anything that could mix that up makes them nervous. Now, they won't say this publicly, but this could be a potential advantage for someone like Amy Klobuchar, who's trying to break through. Yes, the questions are in writing, but all of a sudden you kind of have the eyes of the country on you. Michael Bennet, who's still running for president, Democratic senator from Colorado, he's been camped out in New Hampshire, kind of writing off Iowa. This could give him a platform to sort of get into the conversation. So there are opportunities. But the point you made is such a good one, and it's so true. When you go to Iowa now, even, now this is my fourth presidential cycle of going to Iowa, and Democratic Democratic caucus goers watch MSNBC, at night, and Republican caucus goers in 2016 watch Fox News in prime time. And so this isn't, they're not just getting their news from the local TV affiliate, and so things have become more national. And people do follow these developments. People are, not everyone's on Twitter. Twitter's not necessarily real life, but a lot of the party activists, the people who are devoted enough to the caucus process to go spend 3 hours, 3 Monday nights from now in Iowa, those people are paying attention to what Lev Parnas turned over to House investigators and how people are messaging around this. And then the other thing that does cause some anxiety for some in the Democratic establishment is the Hunter Biden question, which is that you do have you have a bunch of Republicans now publicly saying Bob's done some great reporting on this. If they're going to get John Bolton, Ambassador Bolton, then we're going to try to compel Hunter Biden, and that does potentially open up a can of worms. And it's unpredictable. In some ways, there might be sympathy for Joe Biden. As he said last night, it's my only surviving son that the president's going after. On the other hand, it could make Joe Biden look kind of part of the swamp and part of this mess in D.C. And then you have someone like Pete Buttigieg, who in his closing statement last night sort of implicitly made the contrast, let's not pick someone who's of Washington or who's been in Washington. Let's pick someone from outside of Washington. And so if the Biden name sort of ends up getting dragged through the mud, however unfairly, that could in unpredictable ways play to the advantage of some of the outsider candidates. So that's why there's anxiety, just because politicians, like all people, don't like that unpredictability. And there is, again, even if you assume eventual acquittal, there's a fair amount of unpredictability in this process.
Bob, I do want to get a sense from you before we wrap up, like where the conversation seems to be right now in terms of witnesses. I mean, is it very likely that there will be this trade, right?
No, I don't think so.
If we see a John Bolton, would it be contingent? Is the only way we're going to see someone like John Bolton testify is if Republicans can also call witnesses? And would that cause Democrats to stand down? I mean, we are seeing this movement by Republicans to try to link them together. The Democrats I talked to are outraged by that because they're like, it's apples and oranges, right? It's not a fair contrast or trade. But where's the
Republicans,
conversation?
my sources know they're prompting that outrage
totally.
among Democrats. So when they say reciprocity for witnesses, what they're really doing is making a political play and saying to the country, we're arguing we want a fair trial in the view of Republicans, but they know that Democrats don't want that deal. So they're offering a deal they know the Democrats will not or are very unlikely to accept. And it's all about giving Republicans who are in tough races in 2020, like Cory Gardner in Colorado, the opportunity to say, we tried to get witnesses, but the Democrats wouldn't play ball.
So is the real question right now is if some of these like moderate or at least like free-thinking Republicans, let's say, are willing to say, I just think we have to get witnesses. I think we have to get witnesses, full stop. Not a horse trade, not a, you get this guy, I get that guy, but like I do want to hear what John Bolton has to say. Is that the big question on the table as this process goes forward?
Look, the Democrats could call the Republicans' bluff and say, we'll give you Hunter Biden if you have John Bolton. But at the same time, as I said earlier, there could be a point in this trial where they have a negotiation over witnesses and it just falls apart. And you could have no agreement over witnesses. And that's very possible. My Senate Republican sources tell me that there's no agreement on witnesses, and eventually the trial is just moved to a vote to try to acquit President Trump or remove him from office.
I mean, do you have a sense of this, James? I'm not asking you to look in the crystal ball so much as sort of give us a sense of what the real question is. Is the question, will we see witnesses, period? Is the question, will Republicans insist on finding a way to get their witnesses out there if Democrats get to hear from a John Bolton figure?
So there's two things here. One is, I think it really is a testament to McConnell's kind of control of his conference, that he has gotten everyone on his side on board with the idea of not voting on whether there are going to be witnesses until after the opening statements.
Totally. Get started. We'll get to witnesses later, and we'll see what the appetite really is at that point.
Exactly. And that is a huge win for McConnell, and that actually took some work. With the Susan Collins and the Mitt Romneys and the Lamar Alexanders. But what will be interesting is we still haven't seen the text of the organizing resolution that McConnell's been crafting, trying to kind of weigh his moderates and his hardliners. And it will be interesting to see if there's language in there sort of like promising that vote. Someone like Susan Collins feels like she's received that commitment, but if McConnell thinks he kind of has the simple majority to move forward with the organizing resolution, he might do it anyway. And so that's one of those things we're going to be watching for carefully. I think we're not going to see that until early next week.
And Susan Collins' comments today to CNN were very reassuring to Republicans as she was critical of Democrats for the Lev Parnas information that just came out today. Rhonda, the question of John Bolton, though, and what kind of a witness he would be, is not a clear win for Democrats. He's not necessarily someone who we know will testify in a way that will give Democrats sort of the case closed. We've won this round that they would be looking for.
Right, and I want to take us back to a few months ago. There was a lot of drama around the time of the closed-door depositions when they really wanted Bolton, and there were those court cases to see if he would be able to testify in a closed-door deposition. So I think the whole Hill, the House and senators, they want to possibly hear from him as a top-tier witness if they do get witnesses. So I really think that's still on the table. But to the points we've already been talking about, I'm not sure if Republicans really want to prolong this anymore. So sort of having a trade-off, I don't know how that would benefit either side, especially Republicans.
So still a lot of questions, even as we go towards what Mitch McConnell is predicting will be wrapped up with Donald Trump not being convicted in the Senate. Regardless of that, President Trump has been impeached by the House. The articles have now officially been advanced to the Senate, something we've been waiting for the last month to see when and if it would happen. And so things go forward and the drama proceeds in the Senate starting tomorrow. Robert Costa, thank you so much. James Hohmann and Rhonda Colvin, really appreciate all three of you being here with us. Well, we are a newspaper, so let's take a look at the day's headline. House managers deliver articles to the Senate. So the story now moves to the trial in that chamber, and we'll bring that to you in its entirety. So join us starting tomorrow when we'll see Chief Justice John Roberts swear in the senators. Thank you so much for choosing to watch today's proceedings with the newsroom of The Washington Post. Please take a moment to subscribe on whichever platform you're watching so we can keep you updated as the news warrants. I'm Libby Casey. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.